Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Good morning, couch potatoes. Good morning. I hope we're all doing well today. I must say it was hard to get on to do today's show because I also watch Big Brother, and there's a lot of drama that's going to be in the house today, and I'm not going to be able to watch it all, but it is Friday. So Friday, fun day. Love that. And it's going to be actually a short day because it looks like today in their court world is only like 4.5 hours. So it looks like they end early too, I think, but we know that the the different channels have different I guess ideas of what a full trial means. So we'll see. We'll see. But good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. By the way, you guys, last night for True Crime and Wine Time, one of our other podcasts, Lady in Gray was my guest co-host, and we covered part 1 of the John List story, and we'll do part 2 next week. But she was on last night. She did a fantastic job. If you watched it, let her know. I had a blast. It was a lot of fun. I might have had a little bit too much Prosecco. I don't know. Or delirious from streaming like 10 hours yesterday. One or the other. Either way, you need something to watch this weekend. Go get caught up on True Crime and Wine Time so you can join us next Thursday for part 2, the conclusion of the John List story. So, hello, good morning, Angie. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. I expect there to be copious amounts of notes in regards to Big Brother in our Discord channel. I'm just kidding. They're probably going to sleep all day. But anyway, it is Friday, which is very exciting. I don't know if you guys have any plans for this weekend. I don't think I do. Not this weekend, which is kind of nice. I need just like a chill weekend. So I'll probably do that, writing and watching Big Brother with my besties all weekend. So that's right. If you're into Big Brother, I know it's not true crime related, but if you join our Discord server, the Courtyard, we are all big Big Brother fans who watch the live feeds every day. So you can join that and talk about it on there too. We do true crime stuff as well over there, but when it's Big Brother season, many of us are invested. Oh, on top, good morning. Hope you're doing well. He said, that guy actually creeped me out. I dreamt about it and it kept me up. He was just so weird. I think you're talking about John List. And yes, he is weird. He's weird and he sucks. And I have quite a few rants about him. I don't like that guy. He's garbage. Anyway, so today we got day 5 of the Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson trial. And I had a bit of a rant after the show yesterday because personally, for me, and other people might feel differently, and that's okay. But for me, the Commonwealth hasn't really proved anything to me. I was thinking about this a lot. A lot. I mean, everybody knows I spend countless hours, researching this entire saga and everything that went on for the 10 years. And I'm just wondering why there's certain stuff that you usually see in a case like this that is missing. Now motive is not necessary to prove in trial. It's not. The state is never obligated to prove motive, but boy, do they love doing that. And do they love doing that when it's a boyfriend or a husband of, somebody that's died, right? But we haven't seen any sort of motive. They have all of their phone records. There's no text messages that prove that he's scandalous and, with another woman. None of that, which they, believe you me, if they had that, we would know. That's one of their favorite cards to play. Oh, thank you, On Top, for a super sticker. Thank you so much. I love it. What a great way to start the day. Thank you. There's Teresa. Good morning, Teresa. I hope you're doing well. It's Friday. Yay. Let me know what your weekend plans are in chat. But yeah, so we have like no text messages of any like plotting. I mean, sure, there's this 15-second call between Brooks and Steve Lawson, and that's it. There's no other text messages where it's like, oh, what could that mean? No. I mean, now granted, for a while, the weekend that she goes missing, he does ignore phone calls from the family and her kids, which is suspicious. But is that enough for murder? For some people, that might do it for them. For me, I am not one of those people. I need a little bit more than that. And trust me, I very much think Brooks is responsible for this. But if you're going to be putting somebody behind bars for the rest of your life, you better be damn sure. And especially when it's a 10-year-old investigation that the FBI has been a part of since pretty much the beginning, and the IRS, the feds. And for some reason, this is all they have. This is the best they got to lock this guy away. Ooh, that makes me nervous. And it should make you nervous too. I understand everybody wants him in jail. I do too. Right? But just remember that if this happens to somebody like him, where they don't really have the amount of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that burden of proof, this could also be any one of us. I mean, would you want to go to jail because you didn't answer phone calls for a month and a half or a day and a half about your significant other? I don't know. But anyway, day 5 here, and the prosecution, the Commonwealth, is supposed to rest today. And then it's going to be the defense. And the defense does put on people. So I am also very interested to see who they're bringing up and why. So that is what we'll be doing today. Jojo Bean, good morning. Good morning. We missed you a lot yesterday. I hope you're doing well today. Lady in Gray says the evidence is lacking. Yeah, it is not very strong. It is not very strong. And we do know the outcome already to this trial, but Juju says, hey, everyone, but Llama, you don't have a bad rep like Brooks. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. But you guys, let's go ahead and kick off court today, shall we? Oh, and before we do, if you haven't yet, hit the like button, poop, because a llama earns a gavel every time you do it. Yeah, that's true. And Terry gets a glass of wine. She probably needs one as she's recovering from surgery. So, all right, kiddos, let's get into it today, shall we? Let's see if they kick earbuds juror out. I don't know if they lose a juror or not, but if you haven't watched the last few days, there apparently is a juror in the front row. He's a Hispanic guy who often has earbuds in when he comes in. So they call him Earbud Guy. And he's been falling asleep during the whole trial, like not paying attention, just blatantly sleeping. And they're kind of like, oh, nobody wants him on the jury now. Like all sides are like, yeah, we've all talked about it. We are fine getting rid of this guy, but I don't think they've gotten rid of him yet. But he just keeps falling asleep. And I'll be honest, I feel I'm with him sometimes in the last couple of days. Yesterday was a very interesting day. It was, but the last 2 days before that were just, it was tough to get through. So I can't even blame Earbuds Guy on that one. Good morning, Dave. Good morning. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's get going. Let me turn the closed caption on. And by the way, if you see the closed captions on, that means it probably went to the next video. And I have to do it with each video. So just be like, hey, Llama, can you put the closed caption on? Because sometimes it goes for like 10, 15 minutes and I don't even realize it. So, but I like to have that on because for some people, it just is helpful for them. So, or if we got the mumblers, oh gosh, we did have a lot of fun yesterday with the mumblers. Oh my goodness. It was something else. All right, let's get into it, kiddos. Okay. I think I might go see Fantastic Four this weekend. I heard it's really good. Oh, these witnesses are something. They are not great. To me, it shows desperation from the Commonwealth, but
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
okay, they have not gotten rid of earbuds yet.
Yes, please. Mr. Young, call your next witness.
Recalling Tim O'Daniel, Your Honor.
Oh, Tim O'Daniel. He's a digital forensic guy from, I think, Louisville Metro Police. He is a snooze.
Sir, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you. You have a seat right over there. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Detective, you were on the stand the day before yesterday, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
All right. And defense had tendered a couple exhibits to you, and specifically defense exhibits 7 and 8, and asked you if you could locate either Joey Lawson's cell phone number on these tower dumps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, these are tower dumps for what type of tower? Who's the carrier? I'm sorry.
For AT&T tower.
Okay. And do you remember who Steve Lawson's cell phone provider was?
It was AT&T.
AT&T? Okay. Now, if someone was a Q-Link, are you familiar with Q-Link?
I am.
Okay, and Q-Link, is that a cell phone provider?
Yeah, it's called an MVNO, Mobile Virtual Network Operator, and it's basically a cell phone company without its own towers.
Okay, and what towers did it utilize back in 2015?
They used Sprint towers.
Okay, so if someone had a Q-Link phone, would they show up on the AT&T tower?
No.
All right,
Okay, but-
and Steve Lawson was an AT&T customer. Is that correct? That's what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have a chance to review these records?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and does Steve Lawson show up on these records?
No.
All right, and I think you were testifying the other day that you have to be careful with these, right?
Yes.
Okay, and these records were obtained years later. Is that correct?
Yes, I think approximately 2023.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so about 8 years after 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified before that on the call detail records, does Steve Lawson's phone show up on the AT&T tower?
Yes, it did.
Okay, but you just testified they don't show up on the cell phone or on the tower dumps. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Why would it not show up on the tower dumps, but it show up on the call detail records?
Good morning, Amos.
Like I was saying the other day, you have to, when you're searching for tower dumps, when law enforcement is searching for tower dumps, you have to do it fairly quick and quickly. So, and typically the way that we do it is if you don't get it within 7 days or a month, you start to lose data. And especially after years and years, AT&T
we'll wait 8 years to
and
do
its
that.
carriers are going to purge that information
Makes sense.
and rewrite over it just because it takes a large amount of storage.
So is there a chance that this data is incomplete?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Why didn't they wait till
just briefly,
2023?
the jury was shown some video yesterday of the defendant, Brooks Houck, driving down the road on July 3rd between 5:30 and 5:42, somewhere in that neighborhood of time.
Yes.
Where was his device during that time?
In the area of Glenview?
Okay. And would that be where his residence is?
Yes.
Okay. And did it leave that area during that time?
No.
Just don't have any further
It
questions.
probably was. I was doing my deep dive at this time.
Mr. Butler, any cross?
Very briefly, sir.
Dave. Yes. But why would they wait till 2023 to get cell phone dumps when the FBI is like, explain that to me. Why?
Hey, good morning.
Very more, sir.
This isn't a new concept.
So, I'm not going to pretend to say I understand everything you just said, okay? But I do have a couple of questions, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so on May the 30th of 2022, were you involved in this case, sir?
I don't recall the exact day, but it was in 2021 or 2022 that was first asked.
And I think this came out previously. A subpoena was sent to T-Mobile to see if Joey Lawson, there were any records related to Joey Lawson. Do you recall that? I can show it to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I can look at it.
I mean, they have said literally like zippy zap about Joey this entire trial, except for Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie Girdley had something to say about it, but he was.
Okay.
Having taken a look at that subpoena from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office of May 30th, 2022, no records were found related to his phone. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now, you were a participant in the grand jury process that spanned different months and dates in 2023, correct?
Yes.
And involved in that process was the Kentucky State Police, correct?
Yes.
The FBI, correct?
Yes.
And as, of course, the prosecutor, and then you were asked to assist with regard to some of the phone evidence, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to see if I can approach, please, sir. Just straight.
Hopefully. Yikes.
So what I'm showing you is the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Burgess definitely
And
did.
it's being asked, actually, it's the federal search warrant, or federal agent Steve Carey, correct?
Yes.
And he was the lead agent for the FBI, correct? In this
Yes.
case. And it's actually a search warrant he's requesting from state court, correct?
That's correct.
And that's Hardin County, correct?
Yes, it is.
That's the home jurisdiction of Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
And they are actually asking for AT&T mobility, and this is the cell tower request they've made, correct?
Yes.
And they were requesting it for July 3rd from 11 p.m. to July 4th at 1 a.m., correct?
Embarrassing
Yes.
for them.
And the FBI was asking for that information on July 2nd of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And that was during the investigation that led to the indictments of these two gentlemen, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Anything of this witness?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Detective O'Daniel, just a couple questions. You said that, what, is it the standard operating procedure that tower dumps are recovered within 7 days or up to 1 month? Is that what you said?
More recently for the Little Metro Police Department, it's really not standard operating procedure. It's just
Would you call it best practice?
I would call it best practice for us, and that's more recent. Yes.
So in order to actually have access to that data, it has to be preserved, right?
Yes, it is.
So it has to be collected, it has to be requested early on in the investigation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Young, anything else?
Just one thing. Detective, are you familiar with T-Mobile and how long they retain the records?
Yes, I am.
How long is
Approximately a year to 18 months.
that? Okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh, somebody probably should have done that in 2015 or
Any
2016.
questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused?
You may.
You're found
I'm pretty sure that was
excused.
still a thing then.
You're subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
But,
Call your next witness.
Should we have a deposition?
Okay, is that ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next witness will be testifying via deposition, which will be played for you. You're to give that the same weight as if the person was present in the courtroom. You may.
oh, we got a sidebar.
Judge, it's been a long time since I've done this, and I can't remember. Do we need to admit this into evidence or just play it on the record? Okay.
I've told them, if you heard me, I've told them that we're going to be planning depositions to be given the same weight as if.
Yes, sir.
President.
Okay.
And Judge, there is one objection on this that I made during the course of the deposition, but Mr. Lasowski just moved on, so it's not something that's going to be a problem.
I think 4 photos that were kind of in the body of this. Okay, if you remember.
Yes, you did introduce those. I remember that.
So
there's 4 photos that were introduced.
they're really inside the deposition. After we're finished, I'll get with Steve and we can mark them where.
We don't have any objection to them marking those and letting them know.
Look, you do that, I think it's the conclusion of planning.
Sure.
That's fine.
I had to ask the judge how he's supposed to do this. He's a special prosecutor. Like, it's been a while. Do I have to admit it in the evidence or just play? I kind of forgot.
Ninth Judicial Circuit.
You're a notary, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please,
Yes, just please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth,
Oh,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benjamin, would you tell what your name is and the business you're currently employed with?
Terry Benjamin. I am currently an investigator with the state of Texas, the Texas Real Estate Commission, as a criminal investigator.
Have you been involved in the business of searching, using canine dogs for searchers in recovery?
Oh,
in your
dogs.
career?
For search and rescue and search and recovery, yes, sir, I have approximately 25 years as a dog handler and search and rescue with canines.
Tell us a little bit about your background in that business as well as the other businesses you've been involved in over the years, Mr. Benjamin.
Okay, and we talked earlier, so I'll go back through my entire background. Started back in 1981 when I joined the Army as a cavalry scout. Part of my training was as a tracker, footprint by footprint, visual tracking.
I'll be right back.
I did that with the Army for about 2 years until I went to flight school and became a helicopter pilot. I flew helicopters for the Army for nearly 18 years. During that time, I was a search and rescue medevac pilot. So I flew civilian and military search and rescue missions and regular medevac. I left the active duty Army, stayed in the reserves, but I left active duty in late 1989, early 1990. I became a police officer. During the course of being a police officer, I became a mounted officer and continued to do search and rescue as a mounted officer for the police department, for the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, for the city of El Cajon, and I continued to use tracking as part of my job as a police officer. I did that for both my department and other surrounding departments throughout the state of California. I continued in search and rescue until I continued with the police department until about 1999, where I was injured as a police officer by actually a horse that I was riding. I retired from the police department and moved to Dallas after meeting my wife, where I currently live, the Dallas area, North Texas area. And I began in search and rescue using a canine. I'd done search and rescue for about 10 years prior to that, 10 years before that as a medevac pilot. But I continued to do canine search and rescue until currently. I was part of the Texas Task Force 2, which is both a state and federal team. As a canine handler, I was one of the Texas Task Force 2's first canine handlers. I was with a team called Mark 9 Search and Rescue. While part of that team, I was an instructor. I was a tracking instructor and a canine instructor. I continued as a canine instructor until I believe it was around 2015 when I retired from that team. After my daughter finished high school, I started a new team called Lone Star Search and Rescue, where I'm the chief. I run all operations. Lone Star Search and Rescue was started with my wife. My wife was the co-founder, and she is now our canine instructor. I am a instructor with NASAR. I'm a lead instructor with NASAR, which means that I can make new instructors. So I know not only teach our handlers, but I teach other instructors or make new instructors so that they can teach their handlers.
All right. Go ahead. What is your current business?
I'm still with Lone Star Search and Rescue. I'm the chief. I am on my fourth partner now. Ranger was my second partner, and he's the dog that's featured in this case. My newest partner's name is Cowboy. Jim, you had a question?
Yeah, what kind of a search and rescue activity have you been engaged in your current business? And what quantities of activity are you engaged in?
Currently, give me go back to where with Ranger or?
We'll go back to May of 16 with Ranger for me. Thank you.
By the time May of 16, Ranger was a 4-year-old Rhodesian Ridgeback mix. He and I had started when he was about 8 weeks old. He started as my partner then. We had trained and searched for 4 years up to that point. Ranger was certified as a human remains detection dog, which means that he can look for bodies or body parts. He was wide area search, disaster, live find, and scent specific.
Go ahead, continue on.
Okay.
Did you, what kind of activity does he do in search and rescue for human remains? What kind of training is involved in that and preparing him for that?
So as I provided our training outline, in that the dogs begin as a live find dog. They begin their training process as live find. We teach them to find live persons first, and then they move on to their specialties. Not every dog becomes both a live find and human remains, but most of our dogs do. Some dogs don't have the aptitude for the specialties, and we use the dogs to their specific abilities. Ranger was both an HRD dog. He was a wide area search dog, scent specific dog, water dog, and disaster dog.
What kind of training is required both in preparing for Ranger to do a human remains discovery? What kind of training is required on a regular basis to make sure he's doing what he's required to do in his work?
So the training process is somewhere between 1.5 years to 2 years, depending on the handler and depending on the dog. By that time, Ranger was my second dog, so we certified in about 1.5 years.
What do you mean by certified? What's required to be certified for a Ranger?
So we require all of our dogs to be live find certified first. Then they'll work into the live find specialties. They'll become scent specific dogs. Wide area search dogs is part of the live find. And then we begin to work them on disasters, disaster piles like tornado, what you would see after a tornado, the disaster that was left there, or during 9/11, the floods in New Orleans, those type of things. So that process of human remains detection gets its own level of training and certification after they've certified as a live find dog. And that depending on the dog, takes somewhere around 6 months.
What agency, if there is an agency that does the certification and for dogs such as a Ranger?
There are a number of agencies or a number of programs, AWATR, which is American Working Dogs, the American Police Working Dogs Association, NASAR, National Association of Search and Rescue, which I'm an instructor with. At the time, Ranger was certified by using our own team standards, but those standards were built on the standards of the National Association of Search and Rescue.
And what kind of training, and I'm focused now on Ranger, what kind of training on a regular basis do you offer to Ranger to ensure he continues his the skills that you have developed for him?
So with our team specifically, at the time we trained every weekend that the handler and dog were available. So about 3 hours on each Saturday. And then during the week, as an experienced handler, I would like my dog to continue to search. So we would do small searches, not necessarily all human remains, but we do the small searches at home, or I would use human remains and do small searches or small treatments where he once he identified the human remains, he would receive a treat. Just things to keep him engaged during the week.
How do you get the human remains?
Did
No.
you develop excuse me, I'm saying you continue on. I stepped on your answer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Ranger, because he was particularly adept at human remains, he enjoyed it very much. So quite often he would come and get me and to let me know that he would want to train. So he was a real positive dog. Some dogs aren't quite so positive, but he was a very positive dog as far as human remains were involved. And I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, between 2013 and 2023, approximately how many
blends in
human remains detection searches did he engage in?
Searches total, he was about 300. Now that wasn't all human remains, but remember, a dog is rewarded the same whether it's human remains or it's a live find. So it's a positive reward. So the finding of human scent is rewarded. We call it a party, is rewarded as a party. So in total searches, about 300.
I do like dogs with
Do
jobs.
you use double blind when you're working with your canine partner? And if so, what does that mean?
So a double blind when you're speaking about dogs means a dog team will be the dog, the handler, and then what we call a flanker. And that flanker is a human assistant that will handle the radios and keep us in our search area. Where they're used both in training and in searches. And a double blind means that neither the handler nor the flanker knows where the human remains or where the victim is.
Now let me ask you about the length of time here. You did your search and rescue in this particular case in May of 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the incident we're looking at was back in July of 2013. Does the length of that time does that affect in any way the canine's ability to do their job with the training that you give them?
I think that the question you're asking is would scent remain, would human scent or deceased scent remain for that length of time?
That's the question. Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking.
We have dogs now, not necessarily my dog, but I work with dogs, I train with dogs and handlers that are working on cases that are hundreds of years old. They use dogs, go out to what they think are old graveyards for Indian burial grounds, for Civil War soldiers, for the Catholic churches up in Canada, where they had killed and buried
children.
Yeah,
They're
it's
using
bad.
dogs now to go back and find those old graves and identify those graves so that they can identify those
If you don't know
children.
about that story,
This scent can last hundreds of years. We commonly train with the dirt or the ground underneath where a cadaver has laid for some time, and use that ground itself. So the scent impermeated into the earth, and we use that earth to train them. So we use some very minute and old scent to train the dogs to continue to search. So if the question is, does the scent remain? Yes, that scent remains for a very, very long time.
What about if the difference between the remains of a human body versus some other animal remains? Is your canine ranger, was he trained to be able to distinguish between a cadaver from an animal versus a human being's body?
So we commonly train with the dogs using, like at my ranch, I've got just under 70 acres. We will place the cadavers of deer and skunks and possums and pigs out into our search area so that while the dogs are working, they are exposed to those scents, and they're taught not to alert on those scents. They may be curious about it, they may still smell it, but they won't alert. They're taught not to alert on those scents.
Let's go to the incident we're looking at, and go back to around May the 20th of 2016. Were you at some point in time asked to assist with a law enforcement on a matter where you were requested to use your canine to do a human HRD investigation?
Yes, I was at the NRA show there in Louisville.
it's this guy.
I have Ranger with me. I quite often take him into public settings like that so that he has an exposure. Obviously, his job is to find people, and so I want him to have as much exposure as possible. So he was there with me. I ran into Detective Brooks. He was there, I think, working as part of the security there for the NRA conference, and he asked if he could talk to me. He asked me questions about human remains detection, about what a dog should be able to and not be able to do, and so on. We had a brief conversation of 10 or 15 minutes. Would you like me to go on about this case?
Continue on, yes.
Later that evening, I think around 10 o'clock, 10:20, and I am referring to my report, just so that everyone knows that. Being a prior police officer, I have testified on the stand, so there's certain things I'm trying to do for you guys. If there's something I need to do that I'm not, please let me know. But I am referring to my report just to refresh my memory. He called me back at about 10:20 and asked me if I would be willing to assist him on a case that he was working. I told him I would. He met me the next morning about noon at the NRA show. And took me to the area where he asked me to search. Would you like me to stop them, Jim, or continue on?
Continue on, please.
I was presented with a relatively small parking lot. The parking lot generally ran from east to west. I know these facts because I've referred to to the photos and to my report. The parking lot ran from east to west. As we arrived, I asked Detective Brooks not to tell me anything about what he needed, other than that this was what he believed to be a human remains detection. I asked him to stay out of the area, and he did. There was no one else present that day. He had to unlock the fence for me, for Ranger and I to enter.
And it was not.
Did he describe any vehicle he was interested in to you at any time?
No, he didn't even tell me we were interested in a vehicle. He unlocked the parking lot and asked me to search that area. Now, Ranger, and I may refer back to Hoss. Hoss was my first partner. If I do, it's a mistake. Ranger is trained for live first,
and then for HRD. And let me stop and explain why we do that. Because if we're at a disaster site, or we're at an area where there may be both live and deceased persons, we want them to find the live person first. So they're trained to find the live person first. If there's no one live in the area, then they're trained to move on and find any deceased people that may be there. So I gave Ranger the find command, and he began his search. He cleared
Were there other vehicles in the area at the time that you executed the search?
Yes, sir. There were about 10 vehicles. I estimated about 10 vehicles. I don't know if that's an exact count, but in my report I said 10. So I think 10 is the correct number.
Yeah, I think you've already answered it to some extent, but let me interrupt for just a moment. The vehicles that were present, were you given any information about those vehicles from Detective Brooks prior to this? Any information at all about it?
No, sir. No, I wasn't. In fact, he just asked me to search the area. I didn't know if it was part of the building that I was searching, whether it was just the vehicles. There were some other auto parts and some other things lying around. He didn't tell me if any of those things were involved. He just asked me to search that area. And I asked him not to give me any further information. And this is what we call double blind, right? I didn't want by any chance to lead my dog into any specific area. I didn't want, in fact, I asked Detective Brooks to stay out of the area so that he didn't cue me into some area. Again, Ranger cleared the area of any live victims and continued his search. His search area was narrowed to 2 vehicles, a small red Chevrolet, I believe it was, and then the white Buick LeSabre. The wind was blowing generally from from west to east. The vehicles were parked from a north to south direction, pointing north to south. So they were perpendicular to the layout of the parking lot. Ranger narrowed his search onto an area of 2 vehicles, to the back of those vehicles specifically. The wind would have been blowing from the west, which would have been behind us. Ranger worked around to the northeast side of those vehicles. The red one being first. I can only assume because the scent was blowing towards that. Now there was a fence. If you look at the pictures, there was a fence behind these vehicles, and it had a covering, like a tarp of some sort on the back of it, which would have helped in holding that scent in. Again, the wind's blowing from behind the vehicles, blowing it from west to east. He went around the back of the red vehicle. He had some interest. He worked around that red vehicle, and then they're taught to move to the strongest scent, so he moved around to the white Buick LeSabre. He worked the back of the vehicle, was very interested in the back of that vehicle, worked up the passenger side up to about the passenger mirror on the passenger side, and then back to the right rear corner of that Buick LeSabre. I've noted those in the pictures that I've taken.
They didn't find
those pictures were taken
right?
Using a program that's designed specifically to show the lat long, the where we were standing, and besides being a picture, it gave you more of a 3D view versus just a one-dimensional view.
We're going to show those photos in just a moment. Continue on with your testimony.
Okay. Ranger, and this is where I should explain Ranger's alerts. We use some terminology, and the terminology is called a trained final alert, or a TFR, or trained final response. Ranger's trained final response for live is to put his nose on the victim. For human remains, he's taught to sit at the point where he finds the strongest scent for the HRD. Ranger gave his train final response at the right rear corner of that Buick LeSabre, sitting very close to that Buick LeSabre, telling me that's where he had the strongest scent of human remains. So that's how I determined whether there's a difference between human remains or live, and he gave me the response for a human remains. It was.
Go ahead. I interrupted you.
I marked it, and I called over Detective Brooks and told him that Ranger had alerted on this vehicle for human remains.
You had mentioned several times, I told you we're going to try to show, you made some photos of this very scene that you worked at that time back in May of 16. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I took those pictures myself using, I believe at the time it was an iPhone. It may have been an Android, but using my phone.
Paralegal here is going to assist me in bringing these photos into the system we have. So just bear with me a moment and make sure they show up correctly here.
And I'm going to bring them up on my report as well.
Thank you. Just bear with us for a moment.
Sure.
Can you guys see the screen?
Did we enter the meeting?
Yes.
I had to feed and water my dogs without jobs.
You're gonna have
They're freeloaders.
What?
We'll just have to scroll with it.
Oh, okay. And you all, council, do you all see the photo in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Can you see all that? Everybody see it? All right. Mr. Benjamin, do you see the photo as well?
I do.
All right. Could you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury here, what are we looking at here?
So this is the general layout of the parking lot that I had explained. I'm standing to the west, facing towards the east. As you can see at the bottom, it says I'm facing at 030, which would generally be east. And the vehicle is the white Buick LeSabre next to the black Nissan pickup and the red Chevrolet, whatever vehicle or the name of that vehicle is.
And that's, for purposes of the evidence of trial, I'm going to mark that as exhibit number 1. Counsel, I'm going to try that. All right. This is, all right. And the exhibit number 2 is the current photo. Is that, can you identify that?
That is from the front of the two vehicles, the white Buick LeSabre and the red Chevrolet. That is generally facing towards the north.
It's exhibit number 2. Is that also, I think I failed to ask you, but these are true and accurate copies. The photographs are what you saw and worked with at on May the 21st of 2016, doing the work with your canine dog we've already talked about. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. And those are photos that I personally took.
All right, thank you. We'll go to number 3, exhibit number 3. What are we looking at here?
That is the rear of that white Buick LeSabre, so that I could identify the vehicle itself from the rear. This is generally pointing towards the south.
All right. That's exhibit number 4. Can you tell us what that is, please?
That's the area behind that white Buick LeSabre. If you look to the left, you can see the fence and there's some type of a tarp or some type of a covering on the outside of that fence, like I was explaining, and the small space between the vehicle and the fence.
Is this in proximity to where your canine dog made the alert that you testified to a few minutes ago?
This is the exact, at least as close as I could be to the exact spot where he sat and alerted. He was, where he sat is basically where I was standing. So he was almost nose on to the back of the vehicle.
I don't have a pointer, but what we're looking at is the back portion of this particular vehicle. And at what point did he have the alert? Is it on the right or the left side or in the middle? Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen jury that?
Well, kind of like I explained, this is the right rear passenger side of the vehicle. His alert was here at the corner near where the trunk and the lights come together. His Ranger was a relatively big dog, so his nose would have been right here at the area of the trunk.
This is number 5. What are we looking at here, Mr. Benjamin?
That's the license plate identifying the vehicle where Ranger had his alert. That is the vehicle. That was a further identification photo of that vehicle.
Okay. Is it also in proximity to where your canine had the alert?
It is, sir.
All right. And that's exhibit number, I think I've lost track of, 5. And that's those out when we get into trial counsel. I will, at the appropriate time, move to have those photographic exhibits admitted for the trial. That's all the questions I have at this time. Please answer any questions. Same
I didn't find anything in Anna Whitespread's car. No.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. May I ask a question? Steve, I didn't hear your last
right?
name.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. My last name is Schroering.
Could you spell that for me?
SCHROERING.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benjamin, Brian Butler and I represent Brooks Houck in this case, and I just have a few questions for you about your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You and your wife started Lone Star Search and Rescue back in, did you testify 2015 or was it 2013?
I believe we started it back in 2015, if I remember correct. Yeah, I think it was around 2015.
Okay, this is an all-volunteer organization, is that correct?
It is, sir.
Okay, and it's a part-time organization, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you had a different full-time job back in 2015, right?
I did, sir.
Okay, and this organization, as I understand it, is part of a ministry with your church, is that right?
It is, sir.
Okay, and your organization does not charge anybody for its services, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
In your mission statement for LSSAR, you state that you're a community-oriented canine search and rescue team. We are dedicated to assisting law enforcement and departments in their efforts to locate and save the lives of missing persons. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The vast majority of your deployments are for live persons, live scent searches. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And there's a different type of training and certification. I think you've already testified to this, depending on whether or not a dog is being certified for a live scent search or a human remains search, correct?
That's correct. Not all dogs. Some handlers train their dogs to be just live find. Some handlers train their dogs to be just human remains. Teams like mine train the dogs if the dogs have the aptitude to do both.
I don't think that's what's supposed to happen, though.
Now, you came into contact, you're from Texas, obviously, right?
I am.
You're living in Texas anyway at the time, right?
I was. I'm actually from Kentucky. My father lives not very far from where you're at right now.
Okay. And Deputy Brooks did not, I guess, research and contact you in Texas. You ran into him at the NRA show. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. As I testified.
On May 20th of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you all spoke there at the show, right?
That's correct.
And then he called you again later that evening, asked you to assist on the case, and you all spoke some more, correct?
That's correct, sir.
How far away is this camera?
All right. And then he picked you up the next day at about 11:50 in the morning at the NRA show, right?
That's correct. At the front of the show, there at the I think it's the county fairgrounds.
Okay. And the report that you're talking about that you did on this case, I believe we have a copy of that. I want to make sure I'm looking at the same report. Is that a 2-page report that you did? And then it has the pictures attached?
2-page narrative with the pictures attached. That's correct, sir.
All right, great. So when Deputy Brooks picks you up on May 21st at the NRA show, he drove you to 400 Poplar Level Road. Is that right?
It looks like
I'm
the
sorry,
lawyer's
sir. You
about to
broke
do a
up. I
line.
couldn't hear all that.
I'm sorry. When Deputy Brooks picked you up on May 21st, he drove you to the car lot where the vehicle was located from the NRA show, correct?
Myself and Ranger, yes, sir.
Okay, and that was my next question. So the dog was obviously in the car with you all, right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was Deputy Brooks's vehicle that you all were in, right?
Yes, sir. It was.
And you all talked, I assume, along the way during that ride, correct?
I'm assuming we did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, obviously, Ranger would have been exposed to Deputy Brooks's scent in his vehicle as well, correct?
Oh, of course. Yes, sir.
All right. This particular dog, Ranger, was not trained in human remains detection until 2015. Is that right?
Well, he was training, but he's certified in 2015. His actual certification happened in 2015.
Okay, so he was certified in 2015. Our search occurred in May of 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And his certification in 2015 was on what date?
I wonder if he's going to mention the stats of dogs. They're not the greatest.
I apologize, sir. I don't have that. That was part of records that were lost. So
I think it's like 80.
I don't know exactly what day in 2015 he certified. I apologize.
No, I think it's 80.
Okay. You estimated that during the 10 years that you used Ranger, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you estimated that he did approximately 300 searches with you, correct? During that 10-year period?
In the 10 years, correct.
Okay. And again, the vast majority of those searches were for living victims, correct?
Well, that's not including training, but the actual searches, yes.
I'm talking about actual searches.
Actual searches, yes.
And that's over the 10-year period, correct?
Over a 10-year period, right. But his working life, correct.
You mentioned the 9/11 disaster, the Louisiana floods. Ranger was not involved in any of those, correct? That was just examples you were giving, correct?
Oh, thanks.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases, sir, have you testified in regarding human remains detection with your work with Ranger? How many criminal cases? Or
This is the
civil
first one.
cases?
This is the first one, sir.
Oh. Oh.
And same, no testimony for him regarding any of his work in civil cases either, correct?
No.
Where is Ranger? Why isn't he on
And
there too?
Yeah, I realize, we'll talk about it in a minute, you don't have records on this dog, but you, between whatever date he got certified for human remains in 2015 and May 16th of 2016, working cases, do you have an estimate of how many of those were human remains cases, or were they all live scent searches?
Sir, I do not.
This guy? Or the dog?
Again, only probably 20% of our total searches were human remains. And in some of those searches, we have a large area to search, so Ranger would be put out for in an area. It doesn't mean that he necessarily made a find in that area. It just, we worked that search.
That's sad.
All right. Now, sir, when you cross-train dogs, they're cross-trained. You have to be careful when you cross-train them, make sure their training is done well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because cross-training means that you train them for different disciplines, live scent versus human remains or other types, correct?
Correct. It's like a patrol dog with police departments that is a bite dog as well as a drug dog or a bomb dog, so on.
In fact, many organizations, for instance, FEMA, don't recommend cross-training dogs, correct?
Yeah, some organizations do not, correct.
Okay, and the reason is that there is a danger if they're not trained properly that they could alert on the wrong thing, right?
I think that would be a correct statement. Yes, sir.
I just realized that dog would have been like 20 years old. If it
Okay,
was...
and we've covered this. The specific training a dog receives is very important. And that training that a dog receives generates documentation, correct?
It does.
Okay, and it documents lots of things, but it documents the type of training they receive, how frequently they receive the training, any false positives that the dog gives along the way, things like that, correct?
Correct.
And dogs can obviously give false positives for any variety of reasons, correct?
Well, please explain what you mean by false positives before I go any further with that. What are you saying when you say false positive?
Incorrectly alert.
So, the point of the training is to get beyond having an incorrect alert.
I certainly understand that. But dogs, and you wouldn't have to train them out of incorrect alerts if they didn't sometimes give those, correct?
Correct. I don't know that that's correct.
Okay.
What you call an incorrect alert may just be a misreading by the handler.
And that's what I meant by a variety of reasons.
Sure.
Correct. All right. And this documentation that is required in the training of these dogs would have records about that and all other things about their training, correct?
That's correct.
And the paperwork is generally supplied to attorneys in cases so they can see how qualified or not a particular animal is, right? So they can review those records.
I assume so. Again, this is my first testimony, so I assume so. Yes, sir.
This is the first time you testified ever in a case?
No, I've testified as a police officer.
I mean regarding human remains detection with the dog.
It is, sir.
All right.
This probably isn't going to look
And
good.
the documentation that is generated for a particular dog's training is obviously given to the handler, and the handler retains that for records to be able to verify the effectiveness of their training of their animal, correct?
Well, the handler himself or herself does that. They maintain their own records.
Right. And we obviously asked for the records in this case of Ranger to look at these things that we've been discussing. And it turns out that all of Ranger's documentation about his training was lost. Is that correct?
Correct. They weren't electronic at the time. We didn't have an electronic format. So it was all done on paper. And during a move into my current residence, the movers lost that and a number of other things.
Sir.
So we have no documentation on the dog, correct?
No, other than the amount of hours that he trained.
That's not great.
So in this case, with Ranger, he was a relatively newly certified HRD dog. I'm sorry.
About a year. Yes, sir.
With no training records of any kind that we have.
That we have. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Now the search itself that you testified to on direct examination at this car lot, it was not filmed in any way by either you or Jamie Brooks. Is that correct?
As far as I know, I did not film it. As far as I know, Deputy Brooks did not.
Okay. And you obviously had your cell phone. There's no map. You didn't generate a map of the pattern that your dog followed during the search, correct?
I apologize.
I'm sorry, you may not have heard the question. There was no map done by you of the pattern that your dog followed during its search, correct?
No. But that's not standard. In all of my training, to include now, I don't make a map of his pattern.
The dog, as you recall, focused on 2 vehicles specifically, correct?
Eventually, correct.
The red Chevy and the white Buick.
That's correct.
He then paid attention to the area behind the white Buick.
That's correct.
Then the trunk.
Correct, sir.
Then he worked his way up to the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
Well, yeah, he came around from the back of the vehicle, continued to clear around to the passenger side, and then back to the trunk.
Okay, and I'm really just kind of reading from your report here.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm looking at, if you have that in front of you, it's on the second page of your report. And let me know when you get there, please.
I'm there, sir.
Okay. Section IV 4. And then sub 3, sub A. Do you see what I'm looking at?
I do, sir.
Could you read that to the jury, please? Just 3A, what you wrote in your report.
Ranger further narrowed his search to the trunk of the vehicle, then worked his way up to the passenger side of the vehicle, to the passenger front door and mirror. And Ranger gave a full HRD alert.
And then?
Ranger was rewarded as the search was ended at 12:09.
Okay, so and that's the report you generated for this incident, obviously, right?
It is, sir.
Okay. You just testified on direct examination a minute ago about the dog sitting towards the back of the vehicle and essentially putting its nose right next to the trunk, correct?
Correct, sir.
None of that information is contained in this report that you generated for this case, correct?
Well, the fact that he alerted on the passenger side, yeah, correct. The Passenger rear side, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Because the way your report reads, worked his way up to the passenger side of the vehicle, to the passenger front door and mirror. Ranger gave a full HRD alert, right?
Correct.
Okay. And sir, you did take some photographs that day. I understand you didn't film the search, or Deputy Brooks didn't film it either, but you didn't take a photograph of the dog alerting, correct?
I did not.
So you're going by your memory at this point?
I am, sir.
Okay. From 2016.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And typically, and if you don't have experience in this, please let me know.
Yes, sir.
But typically, search dogs are brought in before a vehicle is searched, and then forensics can be used to determine if the dog is accurate or not afterwards, correct? To determine whether or not there's probable cause. Are you familiar with that in law enforcement?
Well, I didn't work search dogs in law enforcement. In fact, before I became a canine handler, I never worked with search dogs. So I'm not sure how most departments did that.
So
I know.
and that's okay. So you just don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct?
I do not, sir.
Okay. In this case, were you aware that an extensive search of that white Buick, both inside and out, had been conducted prior to your dog ever being brought to it?
I had no knowledge of that. I asked specifically not to be giving any information about it.
Okay. So there'll be evidence at the trial that within 10 days or so prior to your search, that car had been examined by a number of officers, evidence technicians, who went all through the car, sprayed chemicals, pulled the carpet out of that trunk, used alternative light sources on it. And there'd been a lot of focused human activity in that vehicle prior to your dog coming. You were not aware of any of that, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
And obviously you would have no way to know if there had been this type of intense human activity in the days before your search on any other vehicles in that lot. You don't have any knowledge of that. Is that
No,
correct? And you don't know if Jamie Brooks was in contact with this white Buick himself or any of the other vehicles prior to your search, correct?
I do not, sir.
Sir, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Benjamin?
I can, sir.
All right. Hey, so my name is Kevin Coleman. We represent Joseph Lawson.
Really?
We don't have any questions for you. We appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions so that
Very polite.
help get focused on a couple of questions that may help. Your dog did make an alert. Is that correct during the course of this search that he did? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The train final alert. That's correct.
All right. And when he made that alert, did you observe where that alert occurred on the vehicle?
I did, sir.
All right. And where did that dog alert on the vehicle in question?
The passenger side rear.
All right. And does he indicate to you when he does make an alert?
His train final alert is a sit.
Is that what he did at that time?
That's correct, sir. He did.
And when he did that alert, did you note where that alert occurred?
I did.
And is that in the back, what you've already said, in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Where I took the photo. Correct.
Now, as Mr. Shoring indicated, there were various examinations and investigations of this vehicle prior to you executing the search that you did. Were you aware there were other examinations and investigations of this vehicle at the time you executed your search?
I was not.
And did you have any conversation with any police officers, including Detective Brooks or anyone else, about what, if anything, any investigation was done of that vehicle prior to you entering it?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Now, if the dog had an alert, was that an alert indicating the presence of human remains?
That specific alert that he gave was the indication for human remains. Like I said, he has two separate trained final alerts, one for live and one for human remains. The alert that he gave me, the trained final alert, was for human remains.
If either through the use of any devices or any materials that would have occurred in that vehicle prior to your dog being there, if that particular efforts underway, the investigation, examination, use of any other materials, if that had removed the presence of human remains, what effect would have that had on the dog's search efforts, if any?
Could you restate that question?
Yeah, that question wasn't very artful. I'm sorry. I guess what I'm asking is, would the alert that dog showed you at that time, would that alert have been in any way affected by any other examination or use of that vehicle prior to that? Is my question making any sense to you?
And Mr. Lasowski, for purposes of the deposition, we're going to object.
Okay.
Question.
All right. Let me see if I can rephrase it in a more. I guess what I'm asking is, and we can deal with that when we get ready. Let me see if I can ask the question again. You were asked whether or not you knew there were various things undertaken, any investigations that were undertaken, and the questions that were asked you by Mr. Schroen. Do you remember those questions?
I do, sir.
All right. And you've testified you did not have any knowledge of those investigations or examinations prior to your search. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And regardless of what examination investigations took place, did your dog nonetheless indicate an alert to you at some point during that search?
He did, sir.
All right. Let me just look at my notes here for one moment. Ms. Shoring indicated there had been a loss of documents.
That's correct, sir.
That loss of documents occurred approximately when and with what canine?
2017, and with Ranger. I was training another dog at the same time, but both of their records were lost at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you maintain and keep the records that are necessary to your profession prior to this loss?
I did.
Huh. That's all I have at this moment. If Ms. Shoring has or Mr. Coleman has, please extend the same courtesy.
No, sir, we don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Nothing else to add.
Thank you all. Again, I appreciate the courtesy of both counsel.
Yes.
One,
That
Ranger.
will conclude our proceedings.
That's
Thank you
great.
all.
We love you, Ranger.
I assume now the Commonwealth.
Two, I trust the guy. He seems credible. He does amazing work, but like they didn't find anything in that car. So
Okay. Counsel, take a break into the jury.
I don't know why they
Ladies
put
and
this
gentlemen, the jury
special
has been
ad.
going for over an hour now, so I'm going to go ahead and give you all a break. The same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anybody discuss this case with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, I need you to
And I was wrong. Cadaver dogs like that have like a 90 to 95% success rate, which is very good compared to other trained dogs. But again, they forensic the whole car and nothing. But regardless, Ranger is the best boy. and we love him. And I don't know why they wouldn't have filmed it.
Court's in recess until 9:53.
Till 9:53. He's so specific about things. I love it. Isn't it crazy how efficient this court is compared to the Karen Reed courtroom, to Bev's? Not hard. All right, subtitles. There we are. Oh. I wonder what he had next. I feel like that was their last witness, but maybe not. I think that's what he said yesterday.
At this time, let the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
Mr. Young, call your next witness. Mr. Lasowski.
Joshua Hickman.
Joshua Hickman.
Nope, I know him.
Photos.
Any objection to 74 through 78? I'll show Commonwealth 74 through 78 are introduced at this time.
There we go. I don't know who this is.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You'll have a seat right over there.
Right?
Please sit as close to the
Night and
microphone
day.
as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Ms. Young, proceed
Night
when you're
and
ready.
day.
Mr. Hickman, would you introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Josh Hickman.
And Mr. Hickman, you're not from Kentucky, right?
No, ma'am. I'm from North Carolina.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, Mr. Hickman?
I am a digital forensics expert with a company called Celebrate. In addition, I also consult in digital forensics matters for a firm called Smarter Forensics.
And I assume if you're a digital forensics expert, you have to have some kind of training and education in that area. Can you kind of just give the jury an idea of your background?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, I hold the Global Information Assurance Center, or GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Certification. I also hold the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner, same organization. I am a certified computer forensic examiner by way of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I also hold a Master's of Science degree in Digital Forensic Sciences from Champlain College in Vermont.
And have you testified in both state and federal court regarding digital forensics?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, I'd like you to recognize Mr. Hickman as a digital forensic.
I dove just in time for a Celebrate witness, why we all get terrible flashbacks.
So I'm going to ask you, how did you first become involved?
Thank you for gifting 5 memberships, Joe. Congratulations to all the new members.
So the Commonwealth approached Smarter Forensics to examine some evidence related to
a
cell phone. The cell phone, an extraction had been formed on the cell phone, and the cell phone had been identified as belonging to an individual by the name of Crystal Rogers.
And as it relates to Ms. Rogers, what did you receive?
I received a extraction of data. In other words, a tool was used to extract data from the cell phone, and I was presented with the extracted data.
So, and as it relates to that extraction, what were you requested to do?
So the request initially was to determine whether or not the extracted data showed that the phone had been near a particular Wi-Fi network in a given time frame.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 79. And can you tell me what that is?
Congrats to all the new members. Thank you again, Dope, for your generosity.
Yes, this is a report that I prepared for the Commonwealth and turned over to them via email.
And does that fairly and accurately represent the report that you prepared?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, we're gonna go through that really quickly, or not really quickly, actually, it'll be a little bit complicated, but we're gonna go through it and try to make it as simple to follow as we can.
Oh, we busted out the paper.
So, you initially were asked, you just said, to look to see if the phone connected to any, I think it was a Wi-Fi device.
Wi-Fi network, yes, ma'am.
And then did the request change in some ways as to what you were to examine on the phone?
It did because of what we found as a result of the initial analysis.
Okay, so let's run through, I believe that your report focuses on the night of July the 3rd, 2015, as it relates to Ms. Rogers' phone. So if you could run through your findings and how you arrived at those findings in your report.
So on July 3rd at 7:39:31, and I apologize, I'm having to do some time zone conversions as I'm sitting here. There was an app called Cookie Jam.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I play.
That was in use on this device.
I'm about to reach level 1000.
Based on information freely available on the internet, Cookie Jam is a gaming type of app for
It's hilarious.
Android platform. The use of Cookie Jam stopped at 7:41 p.m. local time. After that, the recent screen was opened on the device. So if you think about most modern smartphones, they're able to multitask. If you take your phone and you just kind of swipe up halfway, you'll get a bunch of different windows of apps that you've recently opened, and that allows you to scroll through and get back to a different app that you were using previously. The app Facebook,
I agree,
was being used at approximately 7:48:28.
That one, because you get unlimited lives, like always.
7:52 p.m. Cookie Jam was resumed to being used. At 7:52:51, a Facebook message was sent from the device, and the message contents were, "Okay, sounds good." And then Cookie Jam resumed being used intermittently up until the point of 8:06:10 p.m. on July 3rd.
I don't know why.
At 8:06:14, the app Sugar Smash Book of Life was then being used on this device.
I don't know what
Based on information that was, again, freely available on the internet, this app was also a gaming type of application for Android. The app was used up until 8:21:59 on July 3rd, and it then was used again from 8:55:02 to 9:23:15 p.m. Again, July 3rd.
So I'm going to stop you right now. So it's playing a game pretty much during this time.
Yes.
And I'm just going to write game out here. And then it had an intermittent stopping and went back to recents or Facebook and sent a message.
Yes.
Okay. So what happens at 9:23?
At 9:23:10, the device loses power, and as a result, it shuts off.
And how did it lose power?
That's a good question.
I have not seen this physical device.
I don't know.
most likely what happened is the battery discharged to the point where it couldn't keep the device on any longer. So,
And I want to stop again because some of the time zone devices and the data that you look at are reflected in what you call UTC time. That's that universal time that you see. And when you write a report, do you write it in UTC time when you write a report, or do you write it in local time, or what do you do?
So normally I do write my reports in UTC, or Universal Coordinated Time. The reason behind that is because when I turn over a report, I'm not sure who the consumer of that report is going to be. UTC time is kind of understood to be universal.
Probably.
So depending on where a device was and its time zone settings, it kind of helps, the local person or persons who are consuming the report that I write can apply the appropriate time zone offset to UTC.
So this event that's at 9:23:10, where the battery dies.
Yes.
The power is lost. Okay. How do you know what time that? I think what I'm asking you is, some things on the phone or the data that's stored are they sometimes reflected in UTC time?
They are, but you do have files and artifacts that are storing data, what we consider local time, or time where the phone thinks it is in the world.
So how do you confirm what actual time this occurs?
So there was two things. First, I checked the time zone settings of the phone or in the extracted data, and it was set to American New York time, which would be UTC -5. And at that particular time of year, daylight savings was in effect, I believe, for the Bardstown area. So based on that information, I applied the appropriate offset to arrive at this time. Additionally, I ran some tests using an exemplar device that was running the same version of Android that was running on this particular device. And through my testing, confirmed that the information in the artifact that had this timestamp was storing information in local time.
So, somewhat quickly, can you explain what the exemplar device is? What do you do to?
Oh, exemplar. You remember that word?
So a lot of times when we have questions about a particular artifact and, what does the information it contain represent, time zone set, or how does a time zone setting affect the timestamp that we see in a file? What I will do is I will get a device that is either exactly the same or relatively close as far as make and model. Further, what I do is I will install the exact same operating system version on that device in order to faithfully recreate the environment.
The same exact one,
in which
unlike a certain
this
person from
information
Karen
is
Reed.
generated. Beyond that, what I do is I will take that device, I will reset it completely, clear any existing data off of it, and then I will actually run out and conduct tests on my own, documenting every time that I turn it on, turn it off, plug it in, unplug it, lock it, unlock it. Any action on device gets written down as part of that procedure.
So when you were in the test on the exemplar device and were able to recreate a battery being depleted and the phone dying, it would reflect the exemplar device. Did it reflect that in local time?
Yeah, it reflected local time. The timestamp was recorded in local time based on where I was when I conducted the testing. I'm located on the East Coast, so I am also American New York time zone.
Okay. So her phone actually died.
So, and last question about this event. At this time, the game also stops when the battery's depleted.
Correct. Yes.
So what's the next event that you see on the phone?
Almost.
Beginning at 11:57:09 on July 3rd, 11:57:09 p.m., the device begins to boot. In other words, it starts to come on, power on.
Ooh. Interesting.
At the same timestamp, the messaging app, so the app that you would use to send like text messages on a phone, that becomes and it's logged in a file as showing as it's in use. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that a person was sitting there using the app specifically. It just means that that app was front and center on the phone. Approximately 5 seconds after that, there is a set of GPS coordinates that get recorded in an app called Retell Me Not.
Like a thrift store, I think.
And I'm sorry, what time was that? It was 11:57:25?
It would have been 11:57 and 14 seconds.
And while we're there,
Mhm.
let's talk about those coordinates on the Retell Me Not. We'll call it a hit or a ping. What can you tell me about that?
So the coordinates that we found were in a database that was related to the Retell Me Not app. As part of those GPS coordinates, there is a value that was recorded called H_accuracy. A lot of times when we see GPS coordinates recorded in mobile devices, it comes with what we call a horizontal accuracy associated with those coordinates. In essence, it's the phone's confidence of how accurate the GPS coordinates are. We typically see horizontal accuracy expressed in meters. In this case, the H accuracy value was listed as 3,700, so 3,700. There is no meter. It doesn't say meter specifically, but again, we typically see it expressed in meters. With such a high horizontal accuracy, the level of confidence for those GPS coordinates is relatively low.
Okay, where is it?
So would it be your conclusion that you couldn't really rely on those coordinates to tell where the device was at that time?
That is correct.
Wow.
So what is the next event you have on the device?
At 11:57 and 25 seconds, the booting sequence for the phone completed. So it finished the booting process.
So now, what does that mean? Is the phone completely on?
So the phone Android has finished booting. It's ready to, take input from the user.
There's also the unidentified fingerprint on her phone. Interesting.
And what's the next event you have on the phone?
At 11:57 and 39 seconds p.m., the device was manually shut down.
So what does that mean what is a manual shutdown?
So manual shutdown in this case would be, if you think about how you shut off a phone, typically there's some type of button sequence that you need to push on a phone. Same goes for iOS or an iPhone and an Android. In this case, that's what happened here. The correct button sequence was pressed on the phone, and then the phone was subsequently powered down, shut off.
So somebody shut the phone off, however you shut the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you do any testing to confirm that time?
Yes, I did. So again, using the same exemplar device, I went through the process of testing what would cause the entries in the file that I was looking at. I pulled the battery out of my exemplar device straight up, so a sudden loss of power. I also left it plugged in, took the battery out and unplugged it, causing again a sudden loss of power. The only time I could get this particular entry in this file to generate was when I went through the correct sequence of pushing the side button and then choosing power off on the screen.
Okay. So what is the next event that you see on Crystal Rogers' phone?
The next,
I'm sorry, this is on July the 3rd. correct?
Correct. Just
All these times we've done.
But sequence.
the
We're
next
not looking
sequence
at him.
occurred on July 6th at 10:45 and 35 seconds. And that the device, it had gone through the boot process and had finished its booting sequence. So again, it was ready to take input from someone or a user.
So between July 3rd at 11:57:39 p.m. when it was manually shut off by someone to July 6th, and I didn't ask you, but is this AM 10:45?
I'm sorry, 10:45, 35 a.m. So in the morning.
When someone powered up the phone, was this phone off?
In between those times?
Yes, sir.
Yes, in between those times, the phone was off.
Okay. Did you also
Hi,
receive
Dave. Have a good weekend.
another device?
See you for all the Big Brother
Yes, I
gossip.
received another extraction from the Commonwealth.
Have a good one.
The data, the extracted data was identified as having come from a device that belonged to Brooks Houck.
Bruce Houck. He doesn't even know his name. I bet Brooks hates
Yeah,
Brooks.
Brooks. Yes,
And what?
Brooks. I'm sorry.
That is true.
And
It's
what
not
were
great.
you requested to do with that device?
There were two asks for this particular device. The first was to determine if there was any location-related data on this device from July 3rd to July 4th.
Kelly.
And then there was some question about some entries in the call logs off the device.
And just as it relates to, and I think, were you also requested to determine if there was any gaming apps or gaming on that?
Yes, that was the third ask. Apologies. There was a third ask. Were there any gaming applications on the device from which the data was extracted?
And as to the first two requests, the location and deletions, did you find anything significant on that device?
Regarding the locations, there were two entries in particular that showed that the device had connected to a Wi-Fi network. The SSID or service set identifier was identified as Belkin.2, the number 2, E9. And the way that Android the Android operating system at the time recorded this type of data, recorded it in like 2-hour blocks. So I can see from the data that it was connected to that particular Wi-Fi network on July 3rd.
Right. So wrong.
From
I just realized that.
6
I'll just take it
to midnight, and then on July 4th, I'm sorry.
It's my first day.
6 to
whatever.
I'm having to do the math in my head here. From 6 to 8 local time in the evening, and then again on July 4th at midnight to July 4th at 2 a.m. in the morning.
And as it relates to the whether that device had any gaming or gaming applications on it?
There were no applications in the extracted data that I could identify that appeared to be related to gaming.
So Brooks Houck's device had nothing to play a game. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was no data that indicated there was gaming application in the device.
So we requested that you look at one other thing, and there was a prior report in this case that was done in 2018, in which there was a Tell Me Not location pin at coordinates in Louisville, Kentucky at 11:01 p.m. on July the 3rd of 2015. And that was on Crystal Rogers' extraction, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you able to conclude about that?
That the location information and the timestamp associated with that entry was a false positive.
We're going to have to dumb this down, but you're going to have to explain to everybody what is a false positive.
So examining the report from which we see these coordinates and this timestamp, the tool that was used is called Celebrite Physical Analyzer. It's a
Correct.
tool that's used to examine extracted data from cell phones. It has the ability to do what we call carding. And what carding entails is that when an examiner tells Physical Analyzer to go card for locations, what happens is it's running across all that extracted data, and it's looking for anything that it can interpret as a latitude or a longitude. So as it's running across the extracted data, if it finds something that it can interpret as latitude, it starts looking in the surrounding areas in the extraction for something that it can interpret as a longitude. And the inverse is true. If it finds a longitude first, it starts hunting around for a latitude. It also starts looking for a timestamp, again, in the surrounding areas where it finds the latitude and longitude. And it presents that to the examiner. And the idea is that the examiner has to go behind the tool and validate it, because the tool is not providing any validation function in the background. The report indicated that this timestamp and the location in Louisville had been carved from the extracted data from a retellmenot.db file, which is it's a structured query light or SQL light or SQLite database. So the database could, a database, generally speaking, can be used by apps on mobile devices to store anything, names, dates of birth, customer information, what have you. At a very high level, these databases store information in pages. There's 4 types of pages, but we're just going to talk about 2. The first one being a leaf page, so leaf as in leaf on a tree, LEAF. That's where the records are stored. So if I have a database that is storing names, addresses, and phone numbers, the database under the hood is storing those names, addresses, and phone numbers in leaf pages. The other type of page is what we call a table internal page. Table internal pages actually are not used to store records. They act as a table of contents for the database, and they point to those records. So examining the database where this information was carved, it was actually found in the table, in the internal table page, and that is not somewhere where you would find records stored in a SQLite database. So again, false positive. The timestamp associated with these coordinates were stored in a manner that we call Mac absolute or Apple absolute time. It is the number of seconds since midnight on January 1st, 2001. This is something that is unique to Apple devices. So Macs, iPhones, iPads, Apple Watches, and all the things in the Apple ecosystem. It's not something that we normally see in Samsung devices or Android devices in particular. So taking those 2 things together let me know that it was in fact a false positive. And that is in conjunction with the other artifacts that we discussed previously showing that the phone was in fact off.
So in the 2018 report that you and I just talked about, that you did not offer. You had nothing to do.
No, ma'am, I didn't.
That was done by the tool that the analyst was using. That data he was looking at, he had a tool.
Correct.
That a program is running that through.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
And he sees that and it takes that. But what do you need to do to confirm that that is actually there?
We call it manually examining, and basically what that entails is taking the program out of the equation and just looking at that file itself, just looking at the how the data is structured within the file. So in this situation, I did not use that program that was used. I simply used a what we call a hexadecimal viewer or hexadecimal or hex viewer to view the data and manually confirm what I was finding.
So I'm just gonna ask you one last question, and it's a pretty easy question. Was Crystal Rogers playing on her phone on July the 4th after midnight?
No, she was not. Or no, that phone was not in use.
Judge, I need at this time to introduce Commonwealth since I think they marked it 79.
Any objection to 79?
No, Your Honor.
Well, I'm disappointed he didn't do a presentation. I feel like this stuff can be very confusing, as we learned. But that's interesting. Somebody turned their phone back on. That means they would have had to charge it too.
I don't have any further questions, sir.
Any cross, Mr. Butler?
Interesting. It doesn't seem like they went snooping around in her phone really either. So what was the point of charging it? I wonder.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Hickman.
Morning.
I think a whole lot of my questions are not going to be necessary. I just want to make sure I understood something you said, sir.
Yes.
So you talked about this 1157 boot up process. I think you said at 11:57 and 14 seconds. You recall that, sir?
Just 1 moment. 11:57 and 14.
Yes, sir.
So the boot sequence started approximately 11:57:09.
I may have gotten it wrong. 11:57:09,
Yes, sir.
and then I think at 11:57:14, this retell me not popped on the phone. Correct.
Correct. That is correct.
And if I understood your testimony, you can't rely on that for any location data. Correct.
That is correct. The horizontal accuracy is too high.
So that doesn't tell us anything about where the phone was located.
No,
correct?
sir. It's not reliable.
Well, that took care of most of my questions. So we're going to go. You found that at 9:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, per your report, that Ms. Rogers' phone powered down to a dead battery on page 3. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, the phone, and I'm not going to go back through it, the phone was in use playing a couple of different games, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you also mentioned that there was Facebook message sent or received, but there was Facebook and games until 9:23.
That's correct.
Battery dies, correct?
Yes, sir.
It turns on briefly at 11:57:09 and is off again at 11:57:39, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And it is rebooted on July 6th at 10:45. Does that sound accurate, sir?
Yes, sir. It does.
And I'm going to represent to you the police had the phone by July 5th.
Okay.
I think that may be all the questions I have, so if you just give me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Any questions of this witness? Any redirect?
No, sir.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found? Got a question? Question from WC counsel at the bench. I don't think I can ask this question. This witness, he will not know. During this investigation, did you guys know who shut down the phone on July 3rd at 11:57 and turn it back on July 6th at 10:45? This witness obviously couldn't answer that question. So I'm going to sustain the objection, whoever's objecting. I'm sorry, that's an inadmissible question. I can't ask that question, okay? All right, may this witness be finally excused?
No, sir. Subject to recall.
Sir, you're subject to recall, okay? Call your next witness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Judge. Detective Jamie Brooks.
Jamie Brooks. Sir, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you, sir. Put up a seat back over there. Please answer all questions asked of you. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can.
Judge, I apologize. This is me for calling. Saying we don't have a computer out here right now. Somebody is using it. So I'm gonna need to call another witness.
So you need to call another witness?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Brooks, you're subject to recall.
Thank you, sir. You go get it. Judge, our next witness will be Lon Spalding.
Lon Spalding?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I need you to please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Got like this hair.
Thank you. Put a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Young, proceed when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Lon, would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Lon Spalding.
All right. And Mr. Spalding, I don't know your address, but can you tell me that where you live?
Thompson Hill Road.
Is that in Nelson County?
Cox's Creek, Nelson County.
Okay. And back in December of 23, do you remember the police up there searching?
Yes.
Okay. And was that, where was that in relation to your property?
I live on my family's acreage.
Okay.
My personal property doesn't join the Thompson property, but my family property does. It's just to the front of my property.
Okay. And how big is the Thompson property?
Thompson property is on both sides of Thompson Hill Road. Jeremy Thompson lived on 4.2 acres on my side of the road. His father lived on 75 acres across the road.
Okay. And you live on the Jeremy Thompson side.
The Jeremy Thompson side.
All right. And could you tell me, as it relates to that property, is it wooded? Is it fields?
The Jeremy Thompson side is mostly open with some woods down in a holler that's not accessible.
Okay. And the David Thompson side?
It's probably, say, 10 acres open and probably 65 wooded.
Okay. And could you tell me about the condition of the Thompson property?
Okay.
When I talk about the condition, is there stuff buried there?
Yes, there's a lot of garbage and household garbage and debris buried there.
Okay. And how much, when you say a lot, could you describe what you mean a lot?
Pickup truckloads, multiple. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 20 or 30 pickup truckloads. But a lot, yes, of mattresses, discarded furniture, sofas, stuff like that.
Okay, and is that visible from the surface of the land?
It used to be, but over the years they buried and burned and buried and burned. So eventually it was all.
What were they burying?
As I understood, Jeremy would clean out apartments, and this would be furniture that people left behind, so couches and box springs, televisions, just anything that would be discarded, left behind in an apartment would have been. What he was doing was bringing out there and burning and keeping the money that it was intended to be taken to the dump with.
Okay. So was he running an illegal dump?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
I lived there all my life.
Okay. And What about David and Jeremy Thompson?
David has lived there. He's older than I and longer than I have. The Thompson property was there before my father bought this property. My father bought ours in 66.
And is this up in Cox's Creek?
Cox's Creek.
Okay. Now, do you remember the weekend of July 3rd and 4th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any activity that caught your eye going on Jeremy Thompson's property, which is on the same side of your road? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Was there anything going on that weekend that caught your eye?
Yes.
And could you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was?
The digging and burying and burning of discarded household items had gone on for quite some time. But that weekend, it had changed. All that had gone on across the road from me.
On the David Thompson.
On the David Thompson side. The weekend that you're referring to, it happened on my side of the road, just across from my property line. And I thought that was very strange. I was like, if you've already got a mess over there, why would you bring it over to your own backyard?
Okay. And was this during the daytime or nighttime hours?
Nighttime.
Okay. Was it in the early morning hours?
Sound like
or late in
awful
the evening?
neighbors.
Early morning would be what I think it was. Of course.
Okay. And did you see what were they doing?
Just digging a hole and just burning, the items that we talked about,
Right. How big, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You see a lot of junk around. There's usually beds and discarded furniture, stuff like that.
And how big a hole were they digging?
I would say maybe a 10-foot square-ish type circle.
And what were they digging it with?
This particular weekend, it was a high lift.
Okay.
There was a high lift that was on the David Thompson side of the road, and they had brought it over to my property line and dug with the high lift.
Okay.
I don't know what that
what
means.
a high lift is, but somebody on the jury may not know. Can you
Google
describe a high lift for them?
Similar to a bulldozer, but it would have a large bucket that lifts up where you could lift high enough to load a dump truck. But it looks very similar to a bulldozer.
And how long did that activity go over on Jeremy Thompson's side of the road?
Not very long. I don't know if it was a week, maybe 2 weeks later, that high lift went back to the other side of the road. It didn't stay there long.
All right, Google was not helpful.
And Mr. Spalding, I appreciate you, and please extend the same courtesy to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any cross?
Just very briefly,
But remember, they did search Thompson Road. I believe probably this area too.
I just have a couple of questions for you.
Right before they arrested
Sir, were you
Steve
interviewed by
Lawson.
law enforcement on this case?
Yes.
Not find
And
anything,
when was that?
I think.
The first time I spoke to law enforcement would have been either late in the 2020 or early 2021.
Okay. And so you spoke to nobody involved with law enforcement in this investigation until at least 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicate that for the Thompson farm, that they were digging and burning and digging and burning, running an illegal dump for years, right?
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like 10 or 20 years, but it had become common about that time, a year or two, maybe 3.
Right, right. And sir, you're aware, just because of the location of where you live there, that the police came out in December of 2023 and did a search, correct?
Correct.
And that was a 3-day search. Do you remember
Seems
that?
like it, yes.
Okay. And there were lots and lots of officers there, correct?
It's a lot of activity, yes.
Right. They brought in heavy equipment. They brought in vehicles. They set up tents. They had drones in the air, all of those things, correct?
Right.
And that was in December of 2023. And not that you would know, but you're not aware of anything being found out there as a result of those massive searches.
I'm not aware of anything.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have.
Any cross? Any redirect?
No.
Any questions from any jurors?
So that's not
May this
helpful.
witness be found excused? You're found excused. You may go. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Kim Edlin.
Kim
Edlin.
Kim
Edlin.
Edlin. Kim Edlin.
I don't even know what last name they're saying.
Thank you.
Make her spell it, please. And thank you.
And if you'll raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If you'll have a seat right over there.
Do
Try to sit as
you
close to the
swear?
microphone as you can, and please answer
Here.
all questions asked of you.
Okay.
Ms. Edlin, would
Yes.
you please, I'm going to ask you just a couple of questions, okay? And you direct your answers to them.
Please spell your last
Could
name.
you state your name for the record, please?
Kimberly Eaglin,
Okay, and where do you live, Ms. Edlin?
my address,
Well, you don't have to give the whole address. Do you- Is it Nelson County?
Nelson County.
Okay, and are you neighbors to
Sorry,
the
Cam.
house?
Don't listen
Yes.
Okay, and there's a map up here, and if you can come up here, and Chris, you can double click on it, I think it'll make it bigger. There you go. Do you recognize your house? This would be the house.
Let's give her the microphone, please.
So is this your house here?
Yes.
Okay, and what property do you own?
We own all this.
So all of this is yours?
This line, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I feel like they're probably pointing to
Okay.
the house
And I'm gonna
underneath
ask you
the
what-
pen.
I'm going to ask you, back in July of 2015, were you all home on the weekend of July 4th?
No,
Okay. And do you all typically do something on the 4th?
we always go camping
Okay.
at Green River Lake State Park.
The Green River Lake State. Okay. And when you left that weekend, is there any security cameras or anything?
No,
Okay. Were there any lights on the fields?
the fields,
Well, that area.
just like at the house, like a security light.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you have a Wi-Fi extender? Back then, did you have a Wi-Fi extender?
A router.
A Wi-Fi, like no, you had a router. You had Wi-Fi
Yeah.
at your house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you
Yes.
had a router.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have anything stationed outside that would extend the signal or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay, hang on one second.
She's like me. I'm like, I don't know. We just have the internet. I don't know.
Judge, I don't have any further questions this time.
Any cross?
What was the point of this one?
We'll take a 5-minute break. All right, everybody then. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break?
Did I
While use the
miss
restroom. So
why
the same
she's important?
are in place. Be back at 10:53. Come back in the courtroom and go with the bail.
She said, yeah, there was a,
You'll be back at 10:53.
out like security light on, which is not weird. And if it's motion activated, it can be set off by anything, especially in the country. And their Wi-Fi didn't go that far. Am I missing why this was even important? But who's that guy? No, she goes to the blouse barn. So it's a Schitt's Creek joke. But it's a very lovely shirt.
At
and
this
looks very
time,
good
let
on
the record reflect all 15 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes. Yes.
Miss Evelyn, you're still under oath, okay? Mr. Butler, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for the break too. Thank you. Hey, good morning.
Hi.
So, Miss Evelyn, you were interviewed previously by law enforcement. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so I'm going to kind of take you back 2015 or prior to 2015. At some point in time, you had dial-up internet, correct?
Absolutely.
And as we all remember, dial-up internet doesn't work very well, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were interviewed on July 26th of 2019, you were interviewed by the FBI. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told them we had to pay to put a pole in, correct?
Yes.
And that's a pole outside, correct?
Yes.
And what you told them is that you put on the pole that there was a satellite dish. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
And that the Wi-Fi was on the pole, correct?
Yes.
Now, in fact, I think you said at that point in time, you had to pay like $1,500 to get this pole put in by Time Warner, correct?
Yes. And they wouldn't run it on the electric lines. They had to have their own pole and totally separate. But I needed.
But you needed it. That's where the Wi-Fi was, correct?
Yes.
And if I can approach, Your Honor. So before I ask you this question, I'm almost done. The FBI asked to take a look at your Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, approach now, sir. And what I'm showing you, ma'am, is it's an FBI 302. What that is a summary of the FBI agent makes, okay?
Okay.
And they looked at your Wi-Fi, and they noted that a booster was connected to your Wi-Fi, which is a Link C booster. Did you see that?
Well, I'm saying it's a router,
Okay.
but it could be a booster.
Yeah.
Send it up.
And what
Okay.
I'm showing you, you agree with me that the FBI has written that you had a booster on your Wi-Fi on the pole outside of your house, correct?
I don't know that there's a box out there. It's like they ran the line up to the pole and then down through the house, and then there was boxes under my desk in the house.
She's so
To
cute.
trick you.
Okay, yeah. No.
You agree with me that the FBI looked at it and agreed that there was a booster connected to your Wi-Fi,
Okay,
correct?
that's what that says. Yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir.
Anything of this witness? Mr. Young?
I don't know.
You do all this, right? I think we talked to your husband for him. He's like, I don't know anything about this
Yes,
stuff.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. And you would know if you were paying for it having a Wi-Fi booster, correct?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Would she though?
Anything else of this witness? Any questions from any jurors? May
Would
this
she?
witness be validly excused? You're validly excused. You may go. Call your next witness.
Have a good day, Cam. You were
Jamie
fine.
Brooks. Jamie Brooks.
Oh, Jamie Brooks is back. Detective Jamie Brooks. I forget which county he was from. Detective Jamie Brooks. My coffee's ready. Well, he's
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. If you have a seat back over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can. Please answer all questions asked of you.
Detective, you remember yesterday when you were testifying, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we had some audio difficulties playing some tapes off of the defendants and some of his family's recorders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we're going to go back and just cover the parts that we had issues with. I think we had played the first two, which was a recording between John Snow and Brooks Houck of the Terrell tip. And then we'd also played a recording between the defendant Brooks Houck and his mother Rosemary Houck talking about a blanket in the police car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's other recordings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were, I believe where we left off was July 9th of 2015. That was the conversation regarding the blanket out of the police car, correct?
Correct.
Nick's Houck's police car that seized.
Yes, sir.
And on that same day, there were other recordings. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the recordings that we had issues with was a recording between Rosemary Houck and the defendant Brooks Houck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Teresa, if we can play that. And Judge, he's been previously admitted.
All right. Hopefully this will be much better quality than yesterday. Okay. Ugh.
That's Teal right there. Yeah. What's that? What the hell?
There was literally nothing. Ugh.
Detective, are you aware of what they were discussing in that?
I do believe so. I believe that
Oh, thank you on Top X for the super sticker. Oh my gosh, you're being so wonderful and generous today. Thank you so much. Brings me some joy because these recordings are not doing it for me. Thank you so much for that.
I don't object to the witness speculating about what they were discussing. I think the tapes speak for themselves. I think that's why we've been dealing with these tapes a whole lot.
Okay.
I'll go back and lay a foundation. If I can't lay a foundation, I'll move on. Right now, it's just the new judge. Yes, sir.
I didn't hear if he sustained it or not.
Now, Detective, you can't, I believe so. Do you know what they were talking about?
yes, sir.
Okay, and what's that based on?
Always.
It's based on the recording leading
you
up
found
to the
it.
information that they were talking about.
Okay, and based on that, what are they speaking about?
They're speaking about the tinted windows in Brooks Houck's truck.
Okay. And there's also another recording as well on that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we can go ahead and play that.
I'm going to boost this. Hopefully it doesn't blow out our ears.
You know, bad tips jack them all up. You know,
Okay, Detective, I think we had heard previous testimony from Detective Snow where on July 7th and 8th, we'd heard a conversation on July 7th on the recorders where Detective Snow had told them about the Terrell tip, correct?
That's correct.
And he had also further told Mr. Houck, the defendant, on July 8th about the Terrell tip. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that conversation we just listened to was on July 9th?
Yes, sir.
What does this have to do with anything?
Right. And there was a recording we tried listening to yesterday that was messed up where Larry Mock was exiting the grand jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Garbage.
Now, that was as Larry Mock was leaving the grand jury where he testified this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Rhonda McAvoy, the defendant's sister, also appeared in front of the grand jury, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to review a recorder where she records her grand jury proceedings?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is her and the defendant, Brooks Houck, having conversations on the recorder while it's being recorded?
Yes, sir.
And is that prior to her entering the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Teresa, we can play that.
Right on top. Sounds like it. Gee.
Only thing you got to do, yeah, I'm just going to do it right now, all right?
And then I'll have to fold
And look, let's go find it. It says D up there, so D something.
it right in here.
I don't know how to start it now.
Just turn it off.
All code. It's recording right now, just to keep it left on right there.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
First, whoever doesn't go first, I want to come with me in the courtroom where I'm at, all right? Is that okay?
Turn it on, turn it back on, turn it on for a few seconds, turn it back on, turn it hit the board, and type it again. Pay attention to what letters at the top, because there's 4,000 that row, yes, and the very, announcement, so that way we can find it. There you go. It's not brand new batteries in it anyway. No, I love it. Not that I know of.
It's not any better.
No. We need it.
Probably. She also has like 4 or 5 kids, so it could be hers. Yes.
Don't matter. I wouldn't say no.
Way to refrain, Kelly. Stay strong.
And mine, I'd like to have a tape, maybe y'all can give me one.
That's why Radio Shack is out of business.
Did they also seize a recorder from Nick Houck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and on Nick Houck's recorder, is he recording his grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The final tape, the final cut, I believe we want to listen to is with Brooks and Rosemary Houck in a meeting with an attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was about a month after Crystal disappeared. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The police officer for the city of Bardstown here. He has also been subpoenaed to the grand jury. He did talk, but he did exactly what you're saying. He had 5 answers, and it was, I don't know, your guess is as good as mine, and I can't remember. The jury is extremely upset over his responses.
Okay, detective. And as far as the clips that we clipped out of there,
Because, if I recall,
yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, detective. If they have any questions, would you please answer anything, Mr. Shore and Mr. Butler?
so
Yes, sir.
if you go, if, I believe this is correct. Like, let's say you go see a lawyer, but you bring somebody into the room with you. That does not, you've forfeited your attorney-client privilege by bringing somebody else into the room. And I think the same goes for recording as well.
Judge, I have one more question.
At least they've heard of that before. And that's why a lawyer would be like, are you sure you want that person to be in this
Have you
room
ever
with you while we're
appeared in front of a
talking?
grand jury?
Because
If I've ever appeared in front of a grand jury, yes, sir.
Okay, and are you aware, are those proceedings secret?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and are they supposed to, can you record them yourself?
No, sir, it's against the law.
No further questions.
Any cross?
Just one, Your Honor. Thank you. Actually, two. Thank you. First of all, sir, the attorney meeting that was recorded, that was not with us or any of these attorneys?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. Secondly, in one of the tapes that Mr. Young played between Rhonda McElvoy and Brooks Houck, there was a question where, and then the tape was cut off, but Rhonda McElvoy asked, "What do I say?" And then it was cut off when it was just played.
When it was just played.
Yes. You're aware that after that, Mr. Houck says you tell him there's nothing in there because that's true.
To be quite honest with you, I'd like to hear it again in order to hear the rest of that. I'm not familiar with that 100% certainty to say that's what was heard. It's been a few days since I've listened. There's a lot of audio recordings, but
Yes.
if you could play it, I would be able to confirm if he said that or not.
We'll play that again through a later.
life goals.
Okay.
I'm glad you
I
have them.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Questions? Any redirect?
Those were any better. I don't.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be family excused? If you're family excused, you may go. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Call your next witness. Just going to approach real quick. You may.
No heavy lifting here. That's our witnesses for the morning. I have 3 witnesses scheduled in the afternoon.
3 witnesses scheduled this afternoon.
Yes.
Those are the ones I think we have to address with the court, so we may need a little court time before.
Ooh.
It'd be the courtroom and we talk about it now.
That'd be great.
That's fine.
Okay. So why not tell everybody it's all the witnesses? It's all the morning witnesses. What time do you want to back this afternoon? Do you want to say 1 o'clock?
I'd like to get lunch too, if we could.
You want to say 1 o'clock?
That's fine. I really don't think.
How long will it take up these?
I really don't think it'll be that. None of them are that long.
No, they're
I mean, on my behalf, probably 15, 20 minutes for one, 15 maybe on one, and
The wonderful,
5 minutes on
wild
the other.
I guess I'm saying, how long is it going to take?
flights to West Virginia.
Oh, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
If I told the jury to be back at 12:45, double cut.
That's fine. We'd probably be done by 2 then.
Close to it, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's all the witnesses the Commonwealth has this morning. They're going to have some more this afternoon. So we're going to let you all take an early lunch break. We're going to come back at 12:45. I want to remind you of the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anyone discuss this case with you. If anyone attempts to discuss this case with you, I need you to immediately report that to me. You're not to finally make up your mind about the case until all the proof has been presented. The instructions
Angie
by the
yelling at
student
herself in
will
chat.
deliberate. Again, there can be no research, no reading any press releases or anything of that nature. Everything has to be based solely upon the evidence that's presented in this courtroom. Be back in the jury room at 12:45. They will help you all out. Thank you all.
12:45. Now remember, this judge apparently streams a lot of his trials. Apparently. So he said this was the first one that he said no outside cameras ever. So I wonder what he does over
Empty out the
the other
courtroom,
one.
please.
Maybe we can get into the feed and see sometime. You're about to report her in my chat. That's funny. Okay, we can We don't need everybody to leave. It's fine. They're all leaving. Was that anything?
All right. I believe the courtroom has now been emptied. The jurors are now gone. I believe there were some motions or matters you all wish to address at this time. You all can be seated if you want or stand however you want to do it.
Actually, I might stand up if it's.
However, whatever makes you feel comfortable. No problem.
We haven't seen them argue anything yet.
Judge, I think the Commonwealth is advised, they have 3 witnesses that they would like to call. I guess I'm going to try to take them up one by one if we can. The first one is Stacy Cranmer, and the court has overruled our motion to exclude Ms. Cranmer's statement that she heard Steve Lawson make a statement, something to the effect, I have to take care of a woman. I'm not going to go back into that.
Works for Brooks.
In 2020, Ms. Cranmer acted as an informant for the FBI. During that time, the FBI directed her to draw his attention to this statement, which I think I've outlined notes from those calls. I believe obviously we're objecting to her being called at all. You've overruled it. I'm not going to readdress that. But if she is going to be allowed to be called and to make that statement, I think without getting into all this 2023 stuff, we should be able to impeach her with the statements that Mr. Lawson made to her when she was directed to try to clarify what he meant by that particular comment. So I'll start with her, and then we can turn to the other issues are a little different than her, given your previous ruling.
And Judge, one, are you done, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one, you wouldn't be impeaching her with Steve's statement. When you impeach people with their own statement. Secondly, these are just self-serving statements. The statement that we're going to get in was given at, near, or at the time of the event itself. These statements listed in this, and the FBI didn't direct her to go to talk about this statement. They directed her to talk to Steve Lawson about that weekend or that July 4th event. It wasn't specific to that statement. And these are all self-serving statements that are hearsay, and there is no hearsay exception for them. You can't impeach Stacy Cranmer saying he said this to me with statements he made years later that are self-serving. There's just hearsay.
Now he's concerned about that.
Just if I can respond to that, I'm impeaching Steve Lawson. And of course the FBI sent her in to talk about all this. I agree with Shane. They sent her in to talk to Steve Lawson because she was dating Steve Lawson at the time, to ask him about the events of July 3rd and July 4th. I put a lot of the context in there. I'm not seeking to get in everything that he told her, but I do believe if the court is going to let in that because they're going to stand up at the end and they're going to say, oh my gosh, look, he saw Steve Lawson gets out of this truck. You found it's a state of mind exception to let this in, and they're going to argue that he's coming out for some plan to murder her, and he gave an entirely inconsistent statement with that when he has no idea that he's being taped.
And Judge, there's also statements. He also told her that he was on the Bluegrass that night, and that he believed Joey Lawson was involved.
I'm not seeking to play all of her FBI recordings. I mean, if I was going to, it'd probably be helpful to us. But he says repeatedly Brooks Houck didn't have anything to do with it. He tells where he was that night, which was not. But that's not the limited issue that I'm requesting. I believe I have a right to impeach Steve Lawson prior to 2023 with his statement about what that conversation was about.
And Judge, these are self-serving statements made by Steve Lawson after he had already been interviewed by the FBI. We're seeking to introduce one statement that was made at or the time of the event. This is 5 years later.
Judge, that's a fraud on the jury to elect.
Okay, counsel. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll allow you to cross and say, did you wear a wire for the FBI? Did you ask questions of him? And this one part in here where it says, did he say, Steve Lawson said he didn't take care of her, he took care of business. I'll limit it to that because I believe
Judge, that's the,
Yes.
I think that the part that I'm requesting to ask is, and this is specifically what, let me find it, what is directly relevant to this. If I can give me 1 second.
Remember, in Steve Lawson's trial, Young
Judge, could
and
you
his
direct me to
lawyer.
where you just read? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at
Let's get very
page
feisty.
12 of what Mr. Butler had filed or sent out, or Ms. Jackson actually written a memorandum. It's the Brooks Houck motion to exclude hearsay testimony of various witnesses. I'm looking at page 12.
What I would request, Judge, is to say I didn't say I'd take care of her, but I'd take care of business, and I was probably talking about Joey's girlfriend, Red. That's what we need to. That's what impeaches that Commonwealth version of this. That's what I'm asking. The rest of it, I agree with you.
It's just a self-serving statement, Judge.
It is not a self-serving.
It is self-serving, but I mean, I think you all can argue all that to the jury. I think if he's going to make a self-serving statement there, she's wearing a wire, I think the jury should hear the whole picture. So those two lines there.
Which ones? I'm sorry, I don't.
The only thing I'm going to get into is she was wearing a wire, and it's related to this one issue about taking care of her or taking care of business. So it would be the line that says Steve Lawson said he didn't take care of her, but take care of business. And the line below it, he said he probably was talking about Red, who would have been Joey's girlfriend at the time. That's as far as I'm going to go. Okay.
That's all we were asking.
Okay. I'm not going to get into all these other quotes in here.
But I kind of want
What's our
to
next
go
issue?
into all of them.
The next issue, Your Honor, is I believe the Commonwealth is intending on calling Barbara Coulter. She testified, Your Honor.
She Mr. Lawson's mother.
She's Steve Lawson's mother, yes, sir. And in 2020, she advised that Joey Lawson came to her home. And you correct me if I'm getting this wrong, Shane. That Joey Lawson came to her home and he said something to the effect of, Grandma, I have to tell you, Steve Lawson, Dad killed Tammy Lawson, and Dad killed Crystal Rogers.
I'm not seeking to introduce Tammy Lawson. So.
Well, I just want to give him the context. He says Dad killed Crystal Rogers and Dad killed Tammy Lawson. According to Ms. Coulter's brief statement to law enforcement, she said, well, you can't just make those kind of accusations. How do you know that? Joey Lawson left. She said he was on meth at the time. He was driving a motorcycle. She was concerned he shouldn't even have been there. So, first of all, there's no foundation for how Joey Lawson knows that. You could guess that he's saying, I was there and we killed somebody, which is impossible based upon the Tammy Lawson part of it, because Tammy Lawson died of a drug overdose, and there's no evidence that I've ever seen that Joey Lawson was anywhere to be involved in that. So that in and of itself is an untruthful
I wondered
statement.
how
Law
Tammy
enforcement
died.
found it to be a drug overdose, not a murder. It was never even investigated as a murder. Number two,
Doesn't mean it
So-
wasn't a murder.
it can't possibly be he has firsthand knowledge given the context of that statement. The only thing it could be, he and his dad have an awful relationship and lied on each other all the time, which goes to the trustworthiness that you would have to find, but it becomes double hearsay at that point. So Joey Lawson is a party opponent, so at least as it relates to Joey Lawson, first part of the hearsay exception would be met. The second part, assuming with no foundation that he knows this based upon Steve Lawson telling him, there's no way that meets the statement of against interest criteria as we've laid out in this brief. There has to be clearly corroborating circumstances to indicate trustworthiness. I mean, even what Ms. Coulter says,
He's in a wheelchair now.
You got to give me more than just throwing that out. You got to tell me how you know this, what details. He doesn't provide any of those. This is apparently in 2020. It's when he's on drugs. There is no detail at all about how he murdered anybody. And it's contradicted, as I said before, by this whole idea that he says he murdered Tammy Lawson, because that's simply not true.
And Judge, we do believe he murdered Tammy Lawson. If I had the records and I was able to get the records, which we would look at that. But matter of fact, if you go back, Steve Lawson on Tammy Lawson, which I don't want to talk about Tammy Lawson very much, it's not that relevant. He woke up, she was dead. He decided he would wait an hour to make sure she was good and dead, which is what I believe he said. And he didn't even call the police or the ambulance. He called the coroner and made statements that we're better off without her because she's the only person that could put me away for life. The statement I'm seeking to enter is Joey Lawson making a statement. It's not hearsay, because there's plenty of corroborating evidence that Joey Lawson is involved in this and has intimate knowledge of this crime. And he made a statement, a declaratory statement, that simply said, Grandma, I think you need to know that Steve Lawson killed Crystal Rogers. That statement's admissible. He's a party opponent, and we're seeking to introduce him.
Again, the Tammy Lawson context, you have to consider that in evaluating any sort of clearly trustworthiness, reliability. The Commonwealth saying we think this or we think that. I mean, there's literally a finding that it was a drug overdose. So that is just, I mean, that in and of itself destroys any credibility of the statement. Obviously, it is incredibly prejudicial. It's exactly what we've been concerned about being in a joint trial here. It bleeds over onto Brooks, even though it is double hearsay to get to Brooks. And that's not their theory of the case anyway.
And Judge, there is no hearsay. He made a statement. He didn't say Steve told me. He said Steve killed Crystal.
The court will allow the testimony as against Joey Lawson because he's a party to the case. The court will give an admonition that it's not to be considered against your client. Okay?
That's
right. It's our next step.
Does that work?
Because I believe an admonition would be appropriate under the circumstances.
We would respectfully, and I understand your ruling, I'm not asked to revisit it. We would also request an instruction at the end of this case that cannot be considered against it. Judge, the final one is Ms. Greer. We are not, with regard to Ms. Greer,
Who
I think it's.
is Ms. Greer now?
Ms. Greer is Steve Lawson's ex-wife.
How many
Another one.
ex-wives does this guy have?
5. 4.
Every time I hear his name, he's got an ex-wife. Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty much an identical type statement, I guess, right? That you're trying to. Why don't you say what you're trying to get in?
So, Miss Lawson, back 2017, 2018.
When you say Miss Lawson, you talk about.
I'm sorry, Miss Greer.
Miss Greer. Okay,
It was
I
Miss
on
Lawson.
Tammy Lawson.
I apologize, Judge. I've known her as Miss Lawson and Miss Greer, so I apologize. She overheard a conversation between Joseph Lawson and her daughter, Elizabeth Chester, who testified here in the case against Steve Lawson. And the conversation was, and it was inadvertently overheard, where Joseph Lawson was explaining to Elizabeth that they had been paid $50,000 to move the car. She later confronted Joseph Lawson, and he admitted that and told her that if you want more details, you need to speak, you need to talk to Steve. And finally, the statement that Steve made to her was that there's only one person that can put me away for life, and she's dead, and we don't have to worry about her.
It's Tammy. He's talking about Tammy Lawson.
So that was said to Miss Greer by
Miss Greer by Steve Lawson.
Judge, with regard, I hate these things. I'm sorry.
I can see how you'd be frustrated because there's no other courthouse in America you have to use those.
I know it's hard to. You don't want to forget to turn it off and say something. With regard to the first thing that Mr. Young said about the alleged statement that Joey made about moving the car. I think that's.
Is this the $50,000?
$50,000. I believe that is admissible against Joey Lawson. I do not believe that should come in against Mr. Houck. I believe we should get an admonition with regard to that and instruction with regard to that. With regard to Shane's second statement, I do not believe that should come in. I do not believe that.
Now remind me what the second statement
Are you talking about the put me away for life statement?
Only one person can put me away for a life statement.
Okay.
So there's two things that Shane's mentioned. One is Joey moved the car for $50,000. I agree that's admissible. I do not believe it's admissible against Mr. Houck, and we should get an admonition. With regard to the second statement of only one person can put me away for life, and she's gone, that should not come into evidence against anybody. Number one, it's ambiguous. We have to assume, at least in the other one the court let in with Ms. Coulter against Joey, there is the reference to Crystal Rogers. Here, there's not even a reference to Crystal Rogers. So and that is absolutely fundamental in all that case law. Letting in a statement against interest is exactly what it is and how it's corroborated. That should not come in against anybody, but it's certainly should not come in against Mr. Houck.
Just give some context. I'm not going to go on forever, I promise. He was talking about Tammy Lawson was the dead person. He wasn't talking about Crystal Rogers.
We're also known as big bullshitters who were on meth.
We no longer have to worry about her because she's dead.
And we have to assume, if we said it, we have to assume that there's evidence in this record this guy's a drug dealer. There's evidence in the record that in the discovery this guy was in a motorcycle gang. We have to assume he's talking about Crystal Rogers. There's no details that say Crystal Rogers. There's no details how she could put him away for life, what she knew, or anything else. That is garbage evidence to throw into a joint trial of two men that aren't on, and he's not even here.
Can I just address the admonition on this one? Because we don't think an admonition in this one is appropriate. Because somebody, according to Joey's Lawson statement, somebody paid them $50,000. They're charged with complicity, and we think the jury should be able to consider that. But I'll let Your Honor do what.
I'm sustaining and keeping out the second part.
Yes, sir. I'm okay with that.
No, they're just arguing.
Keeping that out.
Yes.
Nobody's on the stand.
We'll take it up the bench when I hear the testimony whether or not I give an admonition.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Is there any other issues when you take up part of the
That was it.
No, sir.
By golly, you got at least an hour for lunch, so I'll see you.
Thank you very much, sir. I
12:45.
appreciate the time.
Thank you.
I mean, he very well could have murdered him. You know, when somebody has a drug addiction and then they die from an overdose, they don't usually look into it. It's kind of a very easy way to take care of that. But who'd they say was in a motorcycle gang? Steve or Joseph? That was weird. Interesting. But it is known by everybody that Steve and Joey Lawson are two of the biggest bullshitters in Nelson County. So I bet everybody seems to be a liar. Not everybody in Nelson County is a liar, but
At this time, let the
a lot of
record
them are.
reflect all 15 jurors have returned
In this
to the
case,
courtroom.
sorry.
Everyone may
Clarify.
be seated. Counsel waive the call.
Yes.
A lot of the witnesses in this case
Rebecca Greer.
Rebecca Greer.
who testified are not great. Yeah, but some people in small towns, they just talk a lot of game and never back it up because it makes them seem bad in their bubble. It's a very... people like this. So we have Cece Cranmer, who I think worked for Brooks. She saw them in like the truck. I think that's her. Then Ms. Fulker, Barbara, that's Steve and Steve Lawson's mom, Joey's grandma. And then Rebecca Greer, another one of his ex-wives. I think those are the final three witnesses for this case.
Sorry, Jess. She went to the restroom.
Nope. No evidence anywhere. There's some interesting stuff about her phone. It did actually die around like 9:30. I think it was like 9:27. It did die. Somebody didn't drop it. Battery dead. And then somebody turned it on at 11:57.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You'll have a seat right over there. Try to sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
All right. I don't know who this is.
Just speaking the microphone. Would you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name's Rebecca Greer.
Okay.
Oh.
And Ms. Greer, you got it. You're going to have to speak up, and that's not just you. It's everybody.
Lieutenant?
My name is Rebecca Greer,
That's real good. So, what county do you reside in?
Nelson.
Okay, and are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I don't need to know where you're employed, but what do you do for a living?
I'm a truck driver.
Okay, and you have your CDL?
Oh, a lady.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay.
And do you know the defendant in this case, Brooks Houck?
Not personally, no.
Do you know the defendant, Joseph Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how do you know Joseph Lawson?
He was my former stepson.
All right, and were you married to Stephen Eugene Lawson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when did you all get married?
Daughter.
January 10th of 22.
Okay, and were you all together prior to this?
Yes, we got together in September of 2017.
Okay, and how long did you all date during that time period?
We were together from about September or October 2017 till January 10th, 2019, and we broke up for a year, about a year.
Did you get back together after that?
Yes, in October of 21.
Okay. And did you know Steve Lawson before 2017?
I knew of him like when I seen him out. He used to be married to a friend of mine.
Okay. So you're familiar with him, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're currently divorced, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Joseph Lawson, you said he's your former stepson, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have a relationship with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
Him and Elizabeth started dating a little while after Steve and I first got together in 2017.
Okay. And did they have a child?
Yes.
Okay. And a little girl, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is no secret. Did they both have issues with substance abuse?
Yes.
Did they ever at any point live with you and Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Okay. And when was this? You don't have to give me exact year. Well, you can give me a year if you got a year.
Well, they lived with us a couple of times.
Okay.
But
for how long would it be the stretches?
The first time they didn't stay with us very long at all. They were actually working on getting an apartment. That's when I lived in Bardstown. When Steve and I first got together, they weren't there long at all. Maybe a couple weeks. The extended time they stayed with us was when they had Chloe in 2019.
Now, did they eventually break up or separate?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a period of time where they weren't allowed to be around each other?
Yes.
Okay. And did you end up with Chloe?
Yes.
That's your granddaughter, is that correct?
Yes. And that was to their agreement.
To their agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And were they allowed to visit?
Yes, they had supervised visitations. Elizabeth was actually in a recovery center at that time where I took Chloe to visit her. And then Joey came to the house to visit on his days.
Okay. Now, was there a time in 2019 where you overheard a conversation between Joey and Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen the circumstances of that statement?
I really don't know what brought the conversation on. I wasn't in the room, but my house, when you walk through the hallway, the bathroom kind of separated the two bedrooms. One bedroom's on the right and the other one's in the left. Bathroom's in the middle. So you have to pass both bedrooms to get to the bathroom. I was just going through there. I heard them talking about moving a car, $50,000, and it don't need to be brought up. And
okay, who was saying that?
Joey was talking to Elizabeth.
Okay, and what exactly did he say?
That there was $50,000 collected for moving the car, but it didn't need to be discussed any further.
Okay, you don't have to go any further than that.
And at some point, did you confront Joey Lawson about that?
Yes, but not at that time.
Okay.
It was a few months later.
Okay.
It was actually after they broke up. Joey had come to my house for a visit, and I had asked him about it.
Go through that conversation.
They were playing in the bedroom, and she fell asleep or something. Anyway, Joey came in there, or maybe she was asleep when Joey got there that day. Instead of waking him up, he just come in the kitchen and was talking to me. And I just asked him I said, did you tell Elizabeth that y'all got $50,000 for moving a car? And he said, yeah, but if you want to know any details, you need to ask Steve.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Go back. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Any cross?
It is like the perfect day outside today. There's a nice warm breeze. It's like patio weather. Nice to see you on this. It is. Sorry, guys.
Good afternoon.
All right.
So back, this conversation that you say you overheard, that you said that was in 2019, ma'am, or give or take?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, and I mean, you certainly don't mean any disrespect to your daughter. Your daughter was a drug addict, correct?
That is correct.
Joey was a drug abuser as well, correct?
Absolutely.
And again, I don't mean any disrespect. You've had a long history. I know you're clean now of drug addiction issues as well, correct?
Yes, I've been clean for 30 years.
Okay.
Oh, good for her.
I'm sorry. I thought it was sooner than that. I wouldn't even ask if I'd known that. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So during this time frame, and I'm not going to get into the details, there's periods of time where they couldn't even be around each other, correct?
That is correct.
Drug issues, other issues, things that they just needed to be separate.
Joey does not have a good history.
And it was both of them, not just one or the
Yes,
other.
ma'am. Now, Mr. Young asked you this question, and I'm just making sure it's clear. In 2015, you were not in any relationship with Steve Lawson, correct?
Absolutely not.
And your daughter wasn't in a relationship with
No.
Joey Lawson, correct?
No.
And your relationship with Steve Lawson didn't start until 2017, correct? And if I understand it correct, her relationship began with Joey Lawson in somewhat of a similar time frame, correct?
Yes.
All right. And now,
Still weird.
this conversation that you said you overheard, you told the grand jury on April the 13th of 2023 that Joey said things sometimes just to make himself look good, and you thought it made him look like an idiot. You recall that?
Sounds about right.
Yes.
I think one of the other witnesses described him that he was going to be a tough guy, right?
That's correct.
And not particularly truthful when he was on drugs either, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
And after this 2019 statement, all right, that you heard, you and Steve actually got married on January 10th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
I forgot one other question. You mentioned the $50,000 that you'd overheard. Steve never had any money when you were with him, did you?
No.
In fact, you had to pay for everything, didn't you?
Yes.
And Joey never had any money, did
No.
he?
Nope.
Any questions? Any redirect?
Yes, sir. And we approach it.
Okay.
Apologize. This is real quick.
Yes.
I apologize. When we were when we were up there, we were going through Brian's motion. There is a statement, and It's in my outline, and I just noticed it while I was up there, but I didn't ask it because I want to approach it and tell Your Honor about it before I asked her about it. And then it's in discovery. There was a fight between Joey and Steve, where they got in a fight and rolled down some steps, and they were fighting. And Joey yelled at Steve and said, "I'll make sure that effing police know about us moving that car."
I'm going to object to that at this point. I don't think that's proper redirect.
Well, I didn't want to ask it without coming up here.
Well, I appreciate
Thanks
that.
for
I
coming
just
direct.
objecting because I don't think that's proper redirect.
I guess I would obviously enjoy that objection. I can understand the dilemma here. I'm not asking questions. I'll allow her to be recalled on direct. But what was it that
They got in a fight. Joey and Steve Lawson.
Okay.
They rolled down a bunch of concrete steps. Joey was yelling at Steve and said, "I'll make sure the police know about us moving that car."
full objection?
Yeah.
Ms. Lawson, I think Brian asked you, you got together with Steve in 2017, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you previously tell the FBI when you interviewed with them that Steve had money all the time the first couple of weeks you were with him and then he was broke?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know him personally to know whether he had money back in 2015 or not?
No. When me and Steve first started, I wouldn't say we started dating. I just had bought a motorcycle and we were riding together and they were all teaching me how to ride.
Okay.
He had money all the time.
Okay.
Steve.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Steve, we done that for 2 or 3 weeks and he kept asking me to go out and I wouldn't go because like he drank a lot and was doing a lot of drugs and I got away from that and changed my life and I didn't want that anymore. So I kind of ignored him for a week or two and he showed up at my house one day and asked me if I'd help him get clean and that's kind of when we, after he got clean was when we kind of started dating.
In 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And you had described a fight between Steve and Joey once, is that correct?
Yeah.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that?
There was an altercation with him and Elizabeth and we had went over there and I don't know what they were fighting about. We were just trying to calm the situation down and Joey basically, I don't know, it happened so quick. Joey and Steve got into it. I'm pretty sure that he felt like that we were intruding in his business, and we probably were. And next thing I know, they are full force fighting, and they rode down about 30 steps of concrete steps at this apartment, and they were screaming and cussing and throwing swings, and Joey told Steve, he was screaming out something about you keep on and I'm gonna let everybody know about this car and all your involvement. And that's really all he said. He kept saying, you know, he was gonna let it known about this car and just how involved he was. But Elizabeth and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any further cross?
Nerd dummies time.
Any questions? Any questions from any jurors? Okay, this witness be validly excused or
This
If
weekend.
validly excused, you may go. Thank you.
Judge, can I check on my witness?
Sure.
I mean, she does come across fairly credible. I'll give her that. Yes, and I am. The last of my nerd coming clusters. I'm gonna buy like 10 bags of these tomorrow. Pizza Friday. By the way, Elbow Feet sent me pictures from work, and he's at a llama farm right now. There's a brown llama, and then there's black llamas. So beautiful. I'm going to save it so I can show you guys.
Stacey Kramer.
Oh, well, like Stacey Kramer's taking a bench. Look how cute it is. Oh, so cute. Nope.
Honey, if you please raise
There we
your
go.
right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You have a seat right over there. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Ma'am, would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Stacy Kramer.
Okay, Ms. Kramer, and do you live in Central Kentucky?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, did you work for the defendant Brooks Houck?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do there?
We did
I think go try to.
insulation and built decks.
Okay. And were you all involved in new construction?
Yes.
Okay. So you were all building decks and insulating new houses?
Mhm.
All right. And were you working for him back in 2015?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with Steve Lawson?
Yes.
What about Joseph Lawson?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you know either one of them prior to working
No.
for Mr. Houck?
Mm-mm.
And do you know how long they had worked there?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, first of all, did you know Crystal Rogers?
I didn't know her personally, but I've seen her around on the jobs.
Okay. Did you see her the week that she went missing?
Yes.
Could you describe that for me?
I seen her on a Thursday, and
Okay, hold on one second. Do we need hearing device? Can the bailiffs give her a hearing device, please? Anybody else having trouble hearing?
I think you can use those ones we got. Those are work.
Can you hear better with that?
Hello.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. I think you were telling me that. Did you say what day it was?
it was a Thursday.
Okay. Was that the week she went missing?
Yes.
Okay, so that Thursday before she went missing,
Oh, the day before.
you had saw her at the job site. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who'd she have with her?
The baby.
All right. And did you ever see her at the job site any other times?
Only with Brooks in his truck.
Okay. And the day you saw her the Thursday before, you said she had the baby. Was that Eli?
Yes.
Okay.
Brooks was actually driving,
Okay.
but he got out of the truck. He went and talked to Kenny about the job. And then me and Crystal had a conversation about a scam call.
About scam call? Okay. And that week of July 4th, there on the job site, did you see anything unusual with Steve Lawson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
So Brooks and Steve Lawson were riding around in a vehicle together in Brooks Houck's truck.
All right. Now, why is that unusual?
I remember.
He usually didn't run around with any of the workers.
Who didn't usually ride around with any of the workers?
Brooks.
Okay, so Brooks wasn't riding around with any of the workers usually. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. And how long were Steve and him driving around?
A pretty good while. I'm
Okay.
not really sure exact.
Okay, you're not sure exactly, but a pretty good while?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they drive to where you could see them or?
Yeah, they stayed around the neighborhood
Okay. Did they stay in one spot?
for a while.
Okay.
In front of one of the houses for a while.
Did they move?
Yeah.
Did they go to another spot?
They just kind of drove around, but sat in front of one certain house for a while. So,
All right. And how long would you say this went on?
I don't know, like 45 minutes an hour.
Okay. And had you ever seen Brooks do that with any other workers?
No.
Now, at some point, do you know Danny Singleton?
Yes.
Okay, would Danny Singleton ride with Brooks?
Yes, that
Okay.
was normal. That's the only worker I ever seen him ride with.
Okay.
I think he didn't have a vehicle.
Did Danny drive? You
I
don't
have
know.
no
He didn't
idea.
have a vehicle.
Not that I know of.
Okay. And you were on the job that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Steve anything about that?
Yeah, so after they was riding around, Steve Lawson got out. His car was somewhere close to the house we were at. And I was sitting in the car. And I asked if I was in trouble.
What would you be in trouble for?
Because there was a crack in one of the ceilings. And of course I didn't do it, but I got scolded for it.
Okay.
It was a house we insulated.
Okay.
So that's why I was paying attention. I was worried about if I was going to get yelled at again.
Okay. All right. And so did you have a conversation with Steve?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
He said,
What did you ask him?
the first thing I said was, am I going to get in trouble? And he said, no, don't worry about that. That's not even what we were doing. It's not even what we were talking about.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I didn't. He said,
Oh,
we were talking about, he said they were talking about a girl that he had to take care of.
Okay. And was that the whole conversation?
Well, I kept asking questions. Like,
What did you ask?
I asked him how you got to take care of her. And he said, she wasn't doing very well. She's got kids. She's got 5 kids.
Do you know how many kids Crystal had?
5.
Okay, go ahead.
And then he was just kept repeating himself about why, every question I asked.
What
Why
did you
he was
ask?
adding stuff of why he had to take care of her.
Like what?
I think he said one time she was on drugs, meth, and I said, so you're going to put her in rehab? And he said, I wish that was the case.
Now, what was his demeanor while he was doing it?
I don't know, like bragging.
Okay. All right. Did you, at that time, did you report this to the police?
I tried.
No,
Not at that
day.
time, no.
Yes. Okay. Why?
Because they probably would have done the same thing they did to me when I did report it. Pushed
Okay.
me right out the door and laughed
Okay.
at me.
Hang on one second. We're going to get to that. Okay. All right. At some point, did you call the police?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I called the Sunday night after I found out she was missing.
That
At some point, wasn't it?
When I found out she was missing,
Okay. When was that?
the Sunday evening.
That same evening?
The Sunday evening.
The Sunday evening that she was reported missing?
Yes.
So would that have been July 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you reported it. How did you report it?
Well, I tried. I called and left a message and nobody called me back.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously marked as Commonwealth Exhibit number 14. Could you take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the number on there?
It's my phone number.
Okay. Could you read it for me?
270-312-3726.
Okay. And what's the date on that?
7/5/6:43 p.m.
Okay. So July 5th at 6:43 p.m. you called. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point, to your knowledge, on July 5th, was Steve under investigation by the FBI?
No.
Okay. At some point, you had agreed to cooperate with the FBI and record a conversation with Steve. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In that conversation, you asked him about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And his response to you is something about taking care of business. And if you remember correctly, he may have been talking about Red. Is that correct?
Yes.
Joey's ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you know that the FBI had already talked to Steve?
Yes.
All right. So he was under investigation at that time when he made that statement.
Yes.
Now, back in 2015, July of 2015, when you all had this conversation outside the car, did he ever mention anything about Red?
No.
about Joey's girlfriend.
No.
Now, during July of 2015, had you loaned Joey anything?
Yes.
Okay, what did you loan him?
A cell phone.
Okay. And do you remember that number?
I don't know if it was like something around like 3088 or something.
Okay. Was it the phone he was using in July 15?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who the cell phone was through?
I think it was Q-Link Wireless.
Q-Link Wireless? Okay. And was it a government phone?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on one second, Stacey. I don't have any further questions.
Any cross?
Yes.
I mean, Stacy comes off very credible. She tried to report it from the very beginning, so that's good.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Grander. So in July or June of 2015, you were working for Brooks Houck, correct? Or
Yes.
At least part of the time, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you did some insulation work, correct?
Yes.
And you don't, if I understood your testimony, you don't recall when Joey and Steve Lawson started working for you.
I can't really hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little better.
A little bit better? Okay, move it up here. So we start again. In June, July of 2015, you were doing work for Brooks Houck,
Yes.
and you testified that you knew Joey and Steve Lawson at that point in time because they also did work for Brooks Houck.
Yes.
But you didn't remember when they started, correct?
No.
And Steve Lawson, he had did some work with a skid steer, correct?
Yes.
But he also cleaned lawns, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now you called the Nelson County Sheriff's Office on July 5th, correct?
Yes.
And by July 5th, this case was on the news, correct? That Miss Rogers' car was on the. Go ahead. I didn't try to cut you off.
I seen it on social media that she was missing.
Right. Social media that her car was found on the Bluegrass Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And it became, I'm not getting into what was said, it became kind of the talk, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said that no one contacted you back after that July 5th call for some time. Is that correct?
Nobody contacted me back at all.
Okay. But you went back to the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went back to the police, I believe, in October. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, let's find some of the papers up here. So short.
Okay.
It's okay if I come up there?
That's fine. I can't really see it. I don't have my glasses. Okay.
You got that?
Yes.
And then at that time, which would have been a long time ago, you said you were talking to Steve about a girl I have to take care of that's on meth, correct?
Yes.
And you said there are children involved, correct?
Yes.
Now, today you said you used the term 5 children, but at that point in time when you wrote your statement, you
Okay.
agree with me? You
Can I
just said there are
explain?
children.
Can I explain?
If you answer my question, I'm going to let you explain, okay? You did not put there were 5 children in that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, if you wanted to say something, I'm going to let you say it.
Yes. When I went to the police station to report that, they really made me mad. They kind of laughed at me, like I said, and pushed it. Was like, oh, no. Steve Lawson, he talks all kinds of stuff. He talks crap. No, and laughed. So I was kind of mad that they didn't take my statement that I had been worried about for that long.
Okay, so when you went,
So I was mad when I wrote that. I didn't write down every detail.
okay, so
It's fair.
let's kind of break down what you said, okay?
Okay.
So first of all, you agree with me, you didn't say anything about 5 children, regardless of the reason you didn't say that, correct?
Right.
Second, the police told you that they thought Steve Lawson was full of crap and didn't take what you said serious, correct? Okay, and that made you angry, correct? All right, fair enough. Now, you also said in this statement and in your testimony here today that the girl he was referencing was on methamphetamine, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen Crystal Rogers on methamphetamine?
No.
Okay. Do you have any information at all that Crystal Rogers was on methamphetamine?
No.
Now, at that point in time, you did not know Joey or Steve Lawson very well, correct?
Not that well.
But you came to be around them more, correct?
Yes. Well, before she came out missing, not.
No, ma'am. It's probably a bad question.
Okay.
At the point in time in July of 2015, you knew Joey, correct?
Yes.
You knew Steve, correct?
Yes.
But you knew them not very well,
Not
correct?
very well.
You had met them just basically through working
Yes.
on some job sites. You came to get to be around them more, correct?
Yes.
Joey Lawson did use methamphetamine, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he had a drug problem, correct?
I don't really know at that time if he did. I know later he did.
He certainly later had a drug problem. Okay, all right. So now you had testified on your direct examination that you saw Steve Lawson in Brooks Houck's truck, correct?
Yes.
And that they had driven to different, I'm going to call them job sites, but basically different properties, correct?
Yes.
And you had told me when we started that one of the things that Steve did was cut lawns, correct? As well as do skid steer work, correct?
I don't know about the cutting lines, but yeah.
Okay. Now, you were interviewed by the Kentucky State Police on July the 12th of 2023. Do you remember talking to the state police then?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, they asked you about this comment that Steve Lawson made. Do you recall them talking to you about this? And I can play the clip if you want to. It's there.
Vaguely.
Okay. Well, at that time, they asked you if he made this statement about what day was it. Was this July 3rd? And you said, no, it was before that. I'm going to say it was about 3 weeks maybe before she disappeared. Do you recall telling the state police that Steve made this comment to you 3 weeks before Crystal
It was 2 to
disappeared?
3 weeks when he made the comment.
Okay.
It wasn't like.
Okay, maybe I misunderstand your direct testimony. I thought you had said that you overheard this statement on Thursday and she disappeared
No,
on
that's
Friday.
when I talked to Crystal. It was on a Thursday.
Okay, so the conversation, or I'm going
was
to call
about-
the conversation. It was
It was
2 to
about
3.
3 weeks because then Brooks and Crystal went on a vacation to Florida.
Okay, so timeline wise, Steve gets out of Brooks's truck, makes this comment to you. About 3 weeks later, she disappears. In between that, Brooks and Crystal go on vacation.
Yes.
Okay.
No, this is Stacy Cranmer, who worked for Brooks.
When Steve got
Rebecca was
out of
with
the
her.
truck, he didn't say he's going to take care of Crystal Rogers. You agree with me, right? That's not what he said. He didn't say he was going to kill Crystal Rogers, correct? He didn't say Brooks asked him to kill Crystal Rogers, did he? And at this point, he didn't say he was going to kill anybody, did he?
Yeah.
And at this point in time, Steve was not, as we said, he wasn't a close confidant of yours, correct? You all just knew each other barely, right?
All right.
After that,
just as nuts as we are, Juju. Why is it
you
so well?
and Steve dated for some period of time,
Yeah.
correct? Well, you all became friends, correct?
No.
You were,
I talked to him for the FBI.
okay, so maybe I misunderstood, okay. But you had some relationship beyond just meeting him, correct? Because the FBI wanted you to talk to him, correct? And what that means is you agreed to go talk to them and wear a wire, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things, and I'm not going to get into anything else, okay, but one of the things that you inquired about was this conversation, correct? This thing that you had heard Steve say, okay. And he told on the wire to you, I didn't say I'd take care of her, but I'd take care of business. Do you recall him saying that?
Yes.
And he said, I was probably talking about Red, meaning Joey's girlfriend. Do you recall him saying that?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't tell him you were wearing a wire for the FBI, did you?
No.
Just give me 1 second and then done. Judge, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you, man.
Any cross? No question. Any redirect? Just brief.
Stacy, just would you agree with me that your memory would have been better back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Brian was just talking to you about 2019 or 2020.
Yes.
When and then in 2023, right? So would you agree with me that in October, when you went in to write this statement, your memory would be better then than it was in 2019, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to take a look at this. I don't want you to read it yet, okay? But take a look at it and where I highlight it. Does that help refresh your recollection? Okay, could you read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Is this a statement you wrote back in 2015?
Yes.
Read it to the jury, please.
The week before she came up missing, Steve Lawson got into the truck with Brooks to check out a drywall job down the road that had been messed up that I had done.
And is that the day of the conversation that you had with Steve?
That's the day.
That's the day?
Yes.
So the week of?
No.
Okay. Read that one more time.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses.
Oh, here.
Okay.
So read it again.
The week before she came up missing.
Now, who's come up missing?
That would be Crystal.
Okay, go ahead.
Steve Lawson got in the truck with Brooks to check out a drywall job down the road that had been messed up that I had done.
Okay. And is that the day that you had the conversation with Steve?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that would have been the week that she came up missing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I wrote.
That's what you wrote.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. Would your memory have been better back then? Then it would have been 4 or 5 years later. Okay.
Yes.
So was this your statement in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, sir.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused?
Okay. Well, I found her very credible,
Call your next witness.
very reliable, but if the conversation, she is pretty, even though she wrote it was a week, she's pretty confident on the stand that it was at least 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't know if that does much for me, because we do know that Steve was running the skid steer. They could have driven to a bunch of properties, and Steve could have been running his mouth. But I very much commend Stacy for going back to the cops in October and being like, hey, I'm trying to tell you something. So I do not want to discredit her. I don't think there's a reason to.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
But she was a very good witness.
Nothing but the truth. Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat right over there, please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you.
Ms. Coulter, I don't have any questions for you because I don't even have a piece of paper. Okay. So if you please introduce yourself, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Barbara Coulter.
All right, Ms. Coulter, are you the mother of Steve Lawson?
Yes, I am.
All right. And are you also the grandmother of Joseph Lawson?
Yes, I am.
Okay. There's something just really specific I want to talk to you about. All right.
Okay.
Back sometime, Joey's in the wheelchair, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was due to a wreck.
Motorcycle wreck. Yes.
Motorcycle wreck. All right. Sometime before he had that motorcycle wreck, did he come to your house and tell you something about Steve Lawson as related to Crystal Rogers?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what year that was? And if you don't, it's okay.
Well, Stephen was living with me in 2022. So it had to be in the summer of 2022.
Summer of 2022.
Somewhere in that area.
Okay.
Joey came to my house. He was riding a motorcycle, but he was high, too high to be riding a motorcycle.
Did he get there?
He got here, yeah.
Okay.
He got to my driveway. He came in, sat down in the recliner, just as you come in my door, and he said, Grandma, there's something I need to tell you.
What was that?
He told me that I needed to know that Stevie had killed Crystal.
And who did you believe he was talking about?
Crystal Rogers.
Okay.
I didn't know a whole lot about the case back then, but I knew that's what he was talking about.
Did he stay there for a long time?
No, because he and I talked, and I said, Joey, now, if you're going to accuse your dad of this, you need to make sure that you're telling the truth. I said, because this is going to cause a whole lot of drama. Because since Joey was really young, him and Stephen have had a love-hate relationship.
Okay.
Over
They didn't get
years.
along all the time.
No.
Okay. I think we heard Rebecca talk about them fighting.
Right.
All right. And
Oh,
go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we
He
knew he
got
was
up,
for a motorcycle.
and I said, let me take you back to town. He said, Grandma, I can drive my own self back to town. I didn't feel like he could, but he did. He left on his motorcycle.
Did he get home? Or
As
get
far as-
wherever he was
As far
going?
as I know.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions related to this culture.
Before we do cross, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the testimony she just gave here today, it can only be used against Joey Lawson. It's not to be used against Brooks Houck, okay? Just against Joey
I know she
Lawson.
testifies
Any
for a lot
cross?
longer in Steve's
No, not
case.
for us. Any cross?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. That was, yeah. A good memory. You do. Oh, we get a randomly hear from Joey's attorneys, who I forgot was here.
Ms. Coulter, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I don't have a ton of questions for you either.
Just a
They're gonna be
beautiful
speaking of. One thing I believe you may have misspoke unintentionally. I'm not sure. You said that this conversation happened in the summer of 2022.
I'm pretty sure because Stephen was living with me at the time. And when he came home, I questioned him about it. So I know he was living at my house at that time.
How long did Steve live with you at the house?
From he and his girlfriend had broke up sometime, maybe 6 months at the most.
Okay. So a few other questions for you. Going back in 2015 and for many years, both Steve and Joey, they both struggled with alcohol issues, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And Joey especially very heavily with drugs.
Correct.
I believe you got this in direct. The two of them had a pretty toxic relationship, would you say?
Yes, sir.
They would often say awful things to each other.
Oh, yeah,
They would say awful things about each other.
exactly.
And would you agree that both of them, especially when Joey was consuming drugs and alcohol, and Steve was drinking, that they would run their mouths?
All the time.
So when Joey made this statement to you, he was very high on drugs.
Yes.
At what point you asked him to tell you how you knew it, right?
I didn't ask him. I told him, I said, Joey, if you're going to say stuff like this, you need to know that it's a fact because it can bring a whole lot of drama
into your life and your dad's life.
I believe you said if you say it to the wrong person, it can become a
Yeah,
fact if
that's-
it's
yeah.
not.
Right, exactly.
And you said he left running a motorcycle and he was too high to be operating that
He
motorcycle.
shouldn't have been on it. I offered to take him to town. He said, no, Grandma, I can drive.
He didn't give you any details,
No,
not one fact specific. But
no,
any
it
kind.
was just a point blank statement.
And you didn't make this statement to police until June of 2024, correct?
Correct.
I don't even know the records.
It's correct.
There's a couple of follow-ups. Just, do you remember when Joseph had his motorcycle wreck?
September of 2022.
September of 2022?
I think it's September 2022.
Okay. Could you possibly have the year messed up?
I could, yes.
Okay. All right. I know. Time runs together. It's good.
Well, I've got Crohn's disease too, and I've been in and out of the hospital a lot too. So
Gotcha.
some things I can put a date on, and some days I can't.
I got
I
you.
know that it happened. I just sometimes don't know the exact date.
I got you. Do you remember, and I know this didn't give me specific, do you remember the fact, the specific, that Joey told you that Steve killed Crystal?
Correct, yes.
No further questions.
Anything else? No, just anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from any jurors? May this witness be family excused?
She may, Your Honor.
You're family excused. You may go. Thank you.
The
Call
jury
your
really
next
hasn't
witness.
asked that many questions, which is okay. I don't know if I would have a lot of questions either, to be honest.
Judge, that concludes the proof on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Let me see counsel at the bench.
And the prosecution's rest.
Hang on a second. Hold on, Judge. I'm wrong.
Oh.
Apologize. I do have one.
Oh.
We have one more witness. Okay.
Yes,
Who is
I
that
did
witness?
not- Yes, it's not my witness, it's Mr. Lawson's. So we do have one more witness.
Who is that witness?
It's going to be Brooks Wicker.
Everybody names Brooks.
Brooks Wicker.
Brooks Wicker.
That's a very popular name, Brooks. Wait, is it Wicker? Okay.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You have a seat right over there. Please sit as close to the microphone as you can, and please answer all questions asked of you. Mr. Lasowski, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Wicker.
Good afternoon.
Would you take a moment, introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen jury there?
My name is Brooks Wicker.
Tell them a little bit about your
I haven't
business.
heard the name Brooks.
Okay, I'm a CPA, Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh.
We do a lot of business and accounting work with small businesses.
How long have you been doing that, Mr. Wicker?
40 years.
All right. I want to take you back to 2015. Can you do that for me?
Sure.
All right. Did you have an opportunity back in 2015 to interact with the defendant, Brooks Houck?
I did.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what that was all about, how you got in touch with him, and what the business is about.
Okay. I had a client in Bardstown, a longtime client who did business with Mr. Houck and had spoken with Mr. Houck about me and my services. And he introduced the two of us. I actually met Mr. Houck at that client's office.
And what did y'all talk about?
We talked about primarily his rental business and doing the accounting and tax work associated with that rental business.
All right. What kind of work did he figure you could help him out with?
Primarily bookkeeping, the bookkeeping and tax work.
All right. Did he indicate whether he had anybody doing that bookkeeping now?
He indicated at that time that his mom was doing that.
All right. All right. And this was a meeting face to face, kind of like you and I, or was it telephonic or?
It was me face to face meeting in the conference room of my client.
All right. And was there any follow up?
We had a phone conversation a few days later, just going over the services we talked about and kind of a little bit more of the detail of that.
Did you talk about what it might cost to do some work?
As I recall, I believe, yes, we did talk about the cost of it.
All right. And did y'all reach an agreement, some kind of partnership on this?
We did not. At that time, we did not. We actually scheduled a tentative appointment later
again at my client's office, because I was already going to be at that client's office anyway that day, but that meeting never took place.
All right. Now I want to take you back specifically to the time that Crystal Rogers disappeared. Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you know whether your conversations that you talked to the jury about, did that occur in and around the time that Crystal Rogers disappeared?
Yeah, it occurred right around a week before.
Let me check and see if I have any further matter. All right, that's all. These gentlemen here may have some questions.
What does that have to do with anything?
Any cross?
He talked as the council guy, decided not to use
Any
him. Like,
questions from any jurors? May this witness be found excused?
Yes, sir.
You're found excused. You may go. Thank you. Any other witnesses?
No, sir. Okay. And now we will conclude the Cummins case.
Okay. Let me see counsel at the bench for a second.
ridiculous. What was the point of that guy? I mean, probably he wasn't good at paying his parking tickets.
I'm anticipating there will be some motions for directed verdict. How long do you think that'll take?
Just we have a brief for you. We have a brief for you.
We have a brief.
And don't forget in further the order. I don't know opening statement that we had reserved. I don't know if that would go before or after direction.
First with your opening, and then they would put their proof on, and we'd have your opportunities. I understand.
What I was kind of suggesting is, the motions for directed verdict, right?
I think they need to come
could be opening. Okay.
Before opening.
Okay. It's I haven't done that before.
What I was going to do was let the jury step out while we do this. I was going to let an estimated time to tell them to be back and ready to come back in.
Oh,
how long's your open?
30, 45 minutes. It's going to be pretty short.
My suggestion would be, I think we're going to be done with our witnesses in the next 2 days. My suggestion would let them open, and we'll have everybody ready to go 9:15 tomorrow.
Right now, I'm just trying to find out how long.
I just let him go for the day, and we can make our arguments, and then Kevin can start in the morning if he's going to get help.
It would be helpful in part because before.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have to tell them that I'm going to let them go for the day. There's motions and matters I need to address, and then be back at 8:30 tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the Commonwealth has now closed their case. There's certain motions and matters I have to take up outside your presence. So we're going to go ahead and let you all go for the day. Let you be back tomorrow at 8:30. The defense will begin their case and presentation at that time. I want to remind you again, the same admonitions are in place. Do not discuss this case among yourselves. Do not let anyone discuss this case with you. If anybody attempts to discuss this case with you, I need for you to immediately report that to me. You're not to file and make up your mind about the case until all the proof has been presented, the instructions provided to you by the court, and gone to the jury to consider what the fellow jurors have to say. Again, all of the decision in this case has to be based upon evidence that's presented in this courtroom. So don't do any type of research or read any media reports. Everything has to be done here in this courtroom. See you tomorrow morning at 8:30. The bailiffs will help you get out the backside.
There is more, you guys. If you want to watch, hold on, let me get this up.
At this time, everybody can be seated. At this time, let the record reflect all the jurors have left the room. I believe at this point, is there a brief you were going to submit?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you go ahead and give that to me, and I'll take a break and read it. We'll come back.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other memorandums that's going to be submitted? Okay, I have been handed a memorandum here. Tell you what, we've been going about an hour. Why don't we come back at 1:55. Take a 15-minute break. That'll give me an opportunity to read your memorandum, and we'll take up all motions and matters that need to be addressed.
Okay.
Court's in recess for 15 minutes.
Let me cue up the other one real quick because that's the end of the day on this news channel. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check real quick, but I'm pretty sure it was only 5 parts. Even though they didn't put the complete trial there, because why would they do that? Oh, wait. What was this? Part 5? What are you? Oh, that was part 5. Oh. Well, let's see if
The
this
manner of death is the court is.
Yes. Okay. Good. We don't have to watch the really bad quality one. Okay. Never mind. So it looks like this is about like 50 minutes, and then that's probably the end of their day because defense said they wanted to do all their stuff in the morning tomorrow. So for this afternoon, they're just going to argue for direct verdict, meaning defense is going to ask the judge, this is totally typical always, that once the prosecution says we're done, defense usually almost always asks for a direct verdict, meaning we don't think they proved their case, you need to dismiss this. Right? And that's what they're going to argue is, they didn't present X, Y, and Z, and a jury wouldn't find them guilty. It's total standard stuff. It's just what all lawyers have to do. So, yes, the prosecution did just rest. Jury has been sent home for the day, and now they're just going to argue to dismiss the case. So, hey, Miss Shorty. Yes, you got gifted a membership today. Hope you're doing well. I forget who. Oh, I think it was Dope Meditations gifted some memberships today, and you got one. So I love that for you. Well, my opinion, he probably shouldn't have been found guilty, but here we are. Here we are. Oh, I forgot closed caption again. Oh my goodness. Oops, sorry. Now, I can tell you this, they definitely didn't do anything where I felt that the conspiracy for murder charge with Joey, I didn't hear anything really about a conspiracy. But if you do want to be like, okay, then the Lawson to move the car, then sure. Tampering with evidence and admitting that there was car movement, but that evidence was all through kind of hearsay. So I don't think they approached anything about Joey being part of a conspiracy. So yeah, but we can't just be sending people to jail because we think they did it. We don't want, the government should not have that kind of power though, But that's just my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own.
Let the record reflect.
Everybody needs different things.
Both cases again. I believe
I am disappointed.
Commonwealth has announced close. Which defendant wants to go?
And I'd be honest, if I was there, I'd be pissed.
Butler, go ahead.
Millions of dollars
This
found
motion has the court made a ruling on the
and nothing.
Snell and Greer motions that were made
on the Greer matter? Yes. In regard to the Greer matter, in regard to whether or
I'll
not
go back to this one later.
should be given the
It's not a slam dunk as you think it is, though.
Yes, the court is going to find that it was a statement against interest in making that determination. The court has
Thank you,
considered
Miss
the time of the
Shorty.
declaration
I
that was
appreciate
made
that.
to, which was the girlfriend of Joey Lawson. There's existence of corroborating evidence as far as phone calls in this, or the phone records. When the court looks at exhibit number 55, it shows on July 3rd a bunch of telephone calls that were made that night, beginning with Steve Lawson to Joseph Lawson. Joey Lawson to Steve Lawson, then Joey Lawson to Tammy Lawson, the other phone. It goes back and forth. When the times stop, when the calls stop, there was testimony today from Mr. Hickman that Crystal's phone comes on at 11:57:09 and goes back off at 11:57:39. which fits right in the middle of these phone calls. And then at 11:58, there's another call to Tammy Lawson from Joey, and another phone call a little later. So based upon that, court listeners corroborating evidence of that. In regard to the money, the witness did testify that when she first got with Steve, he did have money at first when they were dating. So the court's going to deny that motion to show that it's properly preserved for appellate review.
Yes, there was also one on Snelling, sir.
Snelling, that was
Similar motion we made, Your Honor.
yes. On that one, sorry, my notes here. I've got so many witnesses. So this stuck here. Yes, that was the testimony where Miss Snelling had testified to overhearing a conversation between Joey and Steve Lawson about moving a body at the Houck farm with a skid steer. On that one, I am going to grant your motion and give an admonition on that. I don't believe that it qualifies as far as corroborating evidence for a statement against interest. So I will give an admonition in regard to that statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, it would be our motion for a directed verdict. We've obviously filed a brief with the court, so I'm not going to belabor everything that we've said in the brief. But if I could start with, may mispronounce this, Warmke versus Commonwealth, which is a very old case, but it's recently cited in 2024 by the Kentucky Supreme Court. And what it says in that case is that a murder conviction may be supported entirely by circumstantial evidence, but death may be proven by proof of criminal violence adequate to produce death, which accounts for the disappearance of the body. The body must be found, or there must be proof of death, which the law deems to be the equivalent to direct evidence that it was found. Obviously, to start, there is neither of those things in this case. There is, of course, Miss Rogers' body has not been found. There is no crime scene. This, while it wasn't touched on a great deal in this trial, it's thus far, you have heard some proof that there were multiple searches at the Houck farm. I believe that was the Commonwealth's theory from their opening statement, that Miss Rogers was murdered at the Houck farm. There is absolutely nothing by way of physical evidence to support that. There's conjecture, there's speculation, but there is no proof. There are limited cases in Kentucky which have addressed this particular issue. So I'd like to touch on the ones that we could find. Polly, which is the case from 2024, which recited the rule from 1944, which has been the law of Kentucky for, 60, 70 years. In that case, the Commonwealth wasn't able to produce the victim's body or a murder weapon. Of course, the Commonwealth cannot do that in this case. However, in that case, an eyewitness observed the actual defendant beating the victim, and then under threat of execution, the victim this person shot the victim. That person testified to what happened, as well as there were jailhouse informants that corroborated, I guess I'm going to call it victim shooting the victim under the facts of this case. But in that case, there was clear testimonial evidence of how it happened, where it happened, and why it happened. None of that is present here.
Nope.
In Phillips v. Commonwealth, this is a little different, but it's similar. Again, it was a no-body homicide case. And what happened in Phillips is the defendant walks into a police station in Florida and says, I killed the victim. Case goes to trial. Defendant's defense is, as the court is well aware, an uncorroborated confession cannot stand for a conviction. And so they use the fact that there were multitude of what I'm going to call circumstantial evidence of indicia of guilt to corroborate that confession. But again, that case, there was a confession. Kessinger versus Commonwealth. What happens in this case is they find the victim's decomposed body wrapped in a tarp inside an abandoned van outside an apartment complex, and several days after she went missing. Based upon the time that had elapsed between her death and the time her body was found, the body had decomposed to such an extent that the medical examiner could not give a manner of death. So they had a body. They obviously it was deceased person, but the medical examiner couldn't come in and say, oh, it died by a gunshot wound, by a stab wound, or anything along those lines. In that case, they went to the defendant's residence. They found the victim's blood in various locations in the kitchen, as well as on the brush of a vacuum cleaner that had been used to clean the kitchen floor. What they said is despite the fact that the Commonwealth could not prove, they could prove the death, but they couldn't prove the manner of death, as the court has, I'm sure, seen it countless times over the years in a homicide case. The medical examiner comes in and they offer the manner of death, homicide, and that's what we typically see. Of course, that's not happened here. What the court cited was the presence of the victim's blood in the kitchen suggested a struggle or assault occurred there, and there was also additional evidence of concealment to go with the fact that there was a crime scene. So, again, going through the more modern cases, all homicides have a body. Very few has a conviction been upheld without a body. The cases in the modern era where they have either had a crime scene where you could say this is where it happened, a violent death occurred, or you had a confession. None of those exist here. The quintessential case in Kentucky on this goes back many years. As I said, that's Warmke. In that case, the defendant threw her baby off of a railroad bridge. And at the bottom of the railroad bridge, they found the baby's little hat. But the baby's body, I assume, had washed away. The lady confessed. She said she threw her baby off the railroad trestle because she couldn't bear the shame of having an illegitimate child. Again, the court in that case upheld the no-body homicide because the lady confessed and said, this is what I did. Reading those together, it is clear under Kentucky law, you have to have one of three things. You have to have a body, or you have to have a crime scene, or you have to have a confession. None of those are present in this case. To allow this to go to a jury on this proof would be contrary to 80 years of Kentucky law. It would certainly be, I don't know how it could be upheld, but there is nothing here other than, you can say there's circumstantial evidence that she's not alive. You could draw that conclusion. And I understand the standard. If you have to take things in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. There is nothing in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, nothing that says there is a crime scene where you can demonstrate a violent death. It just doesn't exist. And of course, the court can't do this under Kentucky law. You can't invent it for them. But here, this is the most extraordinary case any of us have ever been involved in. There's been more law enforcement resources poured into this case than any I have ever seen, and I suspect no one that does what we all do would say differently, and it doesn't exist. So you're not really permitted to excuse them not finding it, but the fact that they went to such extraordinary efforts,
millions of dollars,
strengthens our argument. And without question, there is no confession in this case. There's no proof of the state of mind. And Judge, in this case, there's not even proof of venue. We can speculate, if you believe the Commonwealth's theory, that something happened in Nelson County, but we don't have any proof of that. So for all those reasons, and I don't want to go through beating every point that's in our brief, but there's 3 things that have been identified to support a homicide. Proof of a body, proof of a crime scene, or a confession. And none of those exist in this case. So we believe Mr. Houck is entitled to a directed verdict. Thank you, sir.
Any response from
Yes, sir, Judge. I won't be as quite as eloquent. I want Teresa to do this because she's smarter than me. But, Judge, we do, under Polly, there was no body, there was no murder weapon. And Brian says, and I should say Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler says that there was a witness. And I will tell Your Honor, in this case, we did have a witness. And that witness is seated right there. Everything that man come in on July 8th and July 5th and told the police was a lie, other than getting out of bed and driving to the farm.
Lying
What
does
he
not
told
equate
them was a
murder,
lie.
though.
He gave them an 7 or 8 page written statement detailing where he had been all day long. He was told in that. He was told in that to write down every place you've been so I can verify that. He was. And you know what he did? He lied. We heard from witnesses who said they didn't see him, that he had listed on his piece of paper.
Literally all their witnesses were lying.
And what did he do? He went to the Houck farm. Why? Why? He was at the Houck farm all day long. When he come in and talked to Detective Snow, he never mentioned that. If you have enough time to prepare to kill somebody, you have enough time to make sure there won't be any evidence of a crime scene. Him and his brother who disappeared for 24 hours, who was with Brooks, according to his girlfriend. They were preparing the scene.
Speculation.
Nobody homicides are unique. They're not just unique to this state. They're unique everywhere in this country. There's different fact patterns to prove murder.
Yes,
what I have to prove
a lot of heavyweight
is that there was an intention to kill somebody, and that person was killed. Another way Brooks Houck was a witness to us, for us, was the simple fact that he laid out what they did that night. See, they had already committed to this story. What they did that night was went to the farm, according to him. They walked around the farm for hours, walked all the way down this road, almost a mile long down this road. Loaded up, roasted some marshmallows, come on home. Get home, he goes to bed. And as much as they want to spin it, Brooks Houck on numerous occasions said Crystal Rogers was laying on the couch playing games on her phone when he went to bed. And you know what? She wasn't. She wasn't. Her phone had been off. Her phone had been off for over an hour. He also said that Eli wouldn't go to bed if someone was up. But miraculously, somehow Crystal got up and left the house, must have turned off all the lights because he said he wouldn't go to bed with lights, and somehow crawled into his bed, which he woke up next to the next morning. Not to mention, the proof that's been heard before this court is that her car was out on the interstate at 10:30 p.m. The defendant drove home, would have noticed Crystal's car is not there, and think about it. Crystal's at home, according to the defendant, playing on her phone, playing a game. Somehow leaves during the night. How would she know where to go to put her phone, to put her purse, to put her keys in the car that was at mile marker 14? Judge, we do have a witness. Under Polly, we do have a witness. That witness is the Brooks Houck. That's who the witness is. And I think in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, we have proved that Crystal Rogers was murdered. Crystal Rogers didn't return home that night. She didn't return home with the defendant. I don't know where she is. I wish she did to give the family some closure. But that's the argument on behalf of the common.
Just briefly in response to that,
Gotta get more coffee.
I think the Commonwealth just furthered our argument. They're relying on the fact, and I understand you have to take things in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. So I can stand up here and give you our reasons why we don't think Brooks lied. The Commonwealth can give you the reasons why they think Brooks did lie. None of that is evidence that Brooks Houck confessed to killing Crystal Rogers. None of it. These are the types of things, if Brooks Houck, what Mr. Young, what Mr. Young just said is exactly the type of evidence in Phillips versus Commonwealth that the Commonwealth relied on to corroborate a confession with no body and no crime scene. That isn't happened here. So if Brooks Houck had said, I killed Crystal Rogers, and his defense was, there's no corroborating evidence because there really isn't, what Mr. Young just said would likely, under Kentucky law, corroborate that confession and allow a conviction to stand if it was returned. All we have here is what Mr. Young said, I don't believe Brooks Houck told the truth. That doesn't satisfy any of these cases. Thank you.
I believe at this phase, the court is required to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. The case indicates that there must be proof of death, and in this case, there are a lot of fact-specific details. But what stands out to the court in this case is when everyone goes to the farm that night. When I say everyone, that would be Mr. Houck, Miss Rogers, and Eli, 7:30ish on that July 3rd night. It's apparent that Mr. Houck remains there until sometime after midnight. There's been testimony in this case where the court heard from two coon hunters who were hunting next door to the property. They saw a white Buick. When that information became available to, I believe it was Tommy Ballard, who posted on Facebook, he wanted information about that white Buick. They received information that Miss Whitesides had a white Buick, and when the police went to execute a search warrant 4 days after the post was up, the white Buick had been sold, I believe, 2 days prior, or 1 day prior. I don't remember the exact time frame, but that white Buick was then taken into evidence, and the court has heard testimony here today from a dog handler who, his dog's name was Ranger, who appears to, jury could find, was properly trained, and that dog detected or indicated that there had been human remains in that vehicle. So that is certainly proof of death in this case. There was also, if I recall correctly, a hair that was recovered in the trunk of Miss Whiteside's vehicle. That hair was observed and had characteristics similar to that of Crystal Rogers. I believe they attempted to have that DNA testing done, but it was an insufficient sample for testing. Then there's a whole lot of facts in this case that are problematic for Mr. Houck. The court recalls in this case that there was testimony about what was going on July 3rd. I believe the court heard from two witnesses. I believe it was Christina Hawley and Amanda Greenwell, that Crystal was excited about a date night without children. It's apparent that that date night without children never occurred. They apparently went to the farm with Eli that night. I believe that's one of the undisputed facts in this case. Did Crystal leave the farm? Mr. Houck claims that she went home with him and was on the phone when he went to bed, and I've heard various different accounts. Some says she was usually on her phone. Others said, I know the one with the KSP said that she was on her phone, but there's also evidence that that would not be truthful. Her cell phone was turned off and not used after 9:23 p.m. The court heard testimony from several people who drove by and saw what they believe was Miss Rogers' vehicle on the Bluegrass Parkway. I believe we heard from a William Gunther. He said he was passing around, I think, sometime in the 10:30 time frame. We heard from, I believe it was Owen McKinney. I believe he was the Dollar General manager, and he got off work around 10. He indicated that he saw that vehicle sometime in that following time frame. In their telephone conversation between Mr. Houck and Steve Lawson at 12:07, they're talking about a house rental.
But where's the proof?
And Mr. Houck said he told him to contact Miss Rogers, and if true, if she was alive, they were in the vehicle traveling back to the house on Glenview. The phone could have obviously been handed to Miss Rogers, and she could have responded to that. Another huge issue is Mr. Houck's whereabouts on July the 3rd. In this case, there was a written statement of his activities. Mr. Houck never indicated that he was at the farm prior to 7:30ish. However, his phone, if I recall correctly, with the GPS showed that he was there from sometime around 9:30 to 4 o'clock. He claimed to have been doing other activities that day. The court heard from a number of witnesses who denied having any contact with him on that day. I believe we heard from a woman from Salt River Electric. I believe her name was Peggy Parent. She testified that the office was closed on July 3rd. We heard from Brad Spalding from the Nelson County landfill. He had no memory of Mr. Houck delivering anything to the landfill. We heard from an engineer, I believe her name was Robin Mills. She was not available on July 3rd for any meeting. She testified her daughter was at the Governor's Scholar Program at Moorhead State, and she was in Moorhead on that date. We also heard from two people who were working for Mr. Houck. It was a Mr. Alberry and a Mr. Powers, and they denied providing any work on that date.
Well, that they did.
Also, we've
I do
heard
respect their
testimony
decision.
in this case
Strongly
related to acts of co-conspirators.
But I'm not going to talk
We've heard
poorly about them.
testimony from Danny Singleton that Rosemary Houck had asked whether she knew somebody to get rid of Crystal Rogers. We had Nick Houck, who was a city police officer who was required to keep his phone on. However, he was not on AT&T's network from 11 o'clock on July 2nd until 1:47 on July 4th. We had a next-door neighbor, Mary Mattingly, next-door neighbor to Mr. Houck, testified to seeing Nick and Rosemary at Houck's residence, or never seeing them there until after Rogers disappeared. And she further testified that she observed Nick and Rosemary backed into the driveway, taking bags from one vehicle to the other. We have issues with Mr. Houck's whereabouts on July 4th. I believe he'd indicated he was with Richie Riggs. Mr. Riggs denied having any contact, said he was at Green River that weekend. We also have evidence related to Miss Rogers' vehicle. Her phone and her purse was sitting in that vehicle. I believe a reasonable juror could believe that that was staged, as most women would not leave those items in their vehicle. The cell phone was dead, but yet there was a charger in the vehicle. Mr. Steve Lawson calls Mr. Houck at 12:07 a.m. Steve Lawson then drives in a westerly direction. Detective O'Daniel opined that Lawson was near that vehicle from the phone evidence. I believe Steve Lawson would not cooperate with the police on his phone. They had to get a search warrant and track him down.
Oh, yeah.
In an interesting interview, I believe the Kentucky State Police asked Mr. Houck what was the worst thing to ever happen to him. And
Especially if you're a juror on this case. I
certainly
would
that
love to talk to
could
you.
have been a softball question. The obvious answer is my child's mother has disappeared, and I don't know where to tell my child where his mother is. There was testimony about Rosemary Houck not liking Rogers. Christina Holly testified that Houck said his mother didn't like her hair or her 4 children. Mary Mattingly testified to observing Rosemary pulling up the flowers that Rogers had planted. Certainly one could infer that Rogers wasn't going to be back. One of the more interesting issues is the window tinting that took place right before this incident, and there's telephone calls of both Mr. Houck and Steve Lawson trying to get their windows tinted. We have all the evidence related to the recorders in this case, recording grand jury proceedings and other conversations.
Did I miss that during my
Very interesting issue in this case is Nick Houck's whereabouts on July 3rd. His former girlfriend, Amber Bowman, testified that Nick told her that he was going to be with Brooks working on rental property. She then placed, I believe, 15 phone calls to him from July 3rd at 11:30 a.m. to July 4th at 10:49. All those calls went to voicemail. She traveled to the Olympia Drive address 3 times. His vehicle was never there on July 3rd. She asked him why his phone was at Olympia. He had no explanation. And she testified that Nick had never turned off his phone for that length of time. Certainly, the issues I've gone through with the 2 coon hunters finding the white Buick on the adjoining piece of property. On July 4th, Mr. Houck receives calls or texts. I believe there are total 13, 7 different people. The only person he responds to is his mother. We heard from Mr. Houck's aunt, Francie Holt. She testified that her mother, Miss Whiteside, was only close to Nick. And interestingly, her house key does not work on July 4th. And she had to spend the night with Francie Holt. The court believes when you add up all of that, along with the series of telephone calls in Commonwealth's Exhibit 55,
that it is.
The court believes that it would be reasonable for a jury to find that that Ms. Rogers is deceased in this case. So the court is going to deny that motion. Certainly, all the activity took place on the farm on Pasco Ballard Lane Road, which is in Nelson County. There's no evidence of Ms. Rogers ever coming out of that property. So the court believes there's sufficient evidence on venue. Is there any other issues we need to take up at this time for Mr. Houck's sake?
No, sir.
This is very long for the judge, but
regard to Joseph
good.
Lawson.
Shows he was really paying attention.
Take your time.
Judge, does this amplify? Can you hear?
I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, so I think that's fine. So, I know the court just ruled on Mr. Houck's motion for directed verdict, but there is a part of this that I would join their argument as is applied to murder. Obviously, Mr. Lawson, he is charged differently. He's charged with conspiracy to commit murder. So an element of that part of the indictment is the murder itself. But to not waste the court's time, I'm going to move on from that because I think actually the more important part as it is applied to Joey Lawson is the conspiracy qualification of that. When you look at the statute, which is KRS 506040, there's a couple things that stand out to me in that are required for that criminal conspiracy to exist. One is in subsection 1 is that a person having the intention of promoting or facilitating the commission of a crime is guilty of criminal conspiracy when he, we'll go into these subsections here in just a second, but the first part is that there's an intentional requirement. Obviously, the court, I'm sure, is well aware, there's a statutory definition for intentional conduct, which is that it be your conscious objective. It is the highest mental state that is required in the state of Kentucky for mental states. It is not wanton, it is not reckless, it is not any sort of criminal negligence, it is intentional. And then the other thing that stands out to me in that statute is that it says agrees, and I won't go into the other parts of it, but because the important part is in both subsections A and B, it says agrees. That tells us that in order to have a conspiracy, you have to have an agreement. As we know, all having gone to law school, an agreement, forming a contract requires an offer, acceptance, and consideration. What we heard actually for the first time today in testimony was anything resembling an agreement, and that had to do with this testimony about $50,000 being offered to move a car. And the reason why I brought up the elements of a contract and an agreement is because that we obviously have an offer, but what we're missing there is acceptance of that offer and consideration to have formed that agreement. And then going back to intentional conduct, we don't have any evidence of any sort of admission or any sort of statement of that this would be Mr. Lawson's intentional or conscious objective to accomplish something. Anytime that you are an accomplice in something, you have to share that same mental state as the principal actor. And in here, it would have to be some form of, you'd have to share in that intention that has to be your conscious objective for, I'm assuming is a homicide that has occurred. And I'll get to that here just a second, which is, we don't exactly know what is the conspiracy. What is it? Is it to commit murder? Is it to move a body? Is it to move a car? We've heard multiple things.
Fair point.
When did the agreement occur? When when was it entered into? We actually just heard Mr. Young not testify, but speak about what I heard was a shift in his timeline. He originally, what I heard from the Commonwealth in the opening statements was that their timeline was around 12:07 p.m. And that was based off of cell phone evidence. They are abandoning that at this point, and they are now moving this to 10 p.m. It's moved. And we also still don't have, any sort of evidence as to when that agreement occurred, alleged agreement with Joey Lawson.
Welcome back.
We don't know if it happened a month later, a month earlier.
Mm.
And then lastly, questions that we still have that have not been answered. Who is this conspiracy with? I think there was a lot of evidence put on as far as conspiracy within the Houck family. And there was evidence, put on for about Steve Lawson. But as far as that, is that conspiracy with Steve Lawson? Is it with Brooks Houck? Is it with somebody within that, somebody else in that Houck family? We don't know that answer. We weren't given that evidence. So that's the motion for directed verdict when it comes to conspiracy to commit murder. He is also charged with another count, which is tamper with physical evidence. There's cases. Actually, let me switch gears to that statute. All right, tamper with physical evidence. The case that I was looking at, it is Sexton versus Commonwealth citation. Once I get this to 317 Southwest 3rd, 62. And in that case, it says the Commonwealth failed. So I'll give you a little bit of background with that case was that the court overruled whether or not a directed verdict should have been granted, and they said it should have been granted. In doing so, they said the Commonwealth failed to produce any evidence that a videotape filmed by a defendant of children swimming at the pool even existed. Obviously, the facts are they're different from this, but the point is that there had to be evidence of the physical evidence having existed in the first place that was supposedly destroyed or concealed or anything like that. And I think this kind of ties into the question still remains whether or not, you know, there was a body to destroy. If that's the theory, and I'm not entirely sure it is. Now, if we're talking about a car, it's completely different because that car's availability for prosecution and availability for official proceedings was never diminished, was never tampered with. It was taken. We saw photographs of it. It was available to us the entire time. So I guess it does depend on what is the physical evidence exactly, because and we don't really know. And then lastly, the cell phone evidence, as far as, you know, I know that the court, I think in citing some of the reasons why they were denying Mr. Houck's motion, cited to some of the cell phone evidence and the expert opinion of Detective O'Daniel, but it was within his own report. You know, the towers facing north, the sectors facing north, indicated they could not have been on Bluegrass Parkway. And that's just undeniable proof that the Commonwealth hasn't been able to respond to, even when by the close of their case, even with their own expert. And that obviously shows that Joey Lawson could not also have been on the Bluegrass Parkway, therefore could not have moved, transported, or drove that car and left it there. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would ask the court to grant a motion for directed verdict of acquittal on both counts.
Judge.
Why?
Judge, when one goes back and looks at this case and looks at the phone records and what transpired that evening, just talking about the evening of July 3rd, there were numerous phone calls, Joey Lawson trying to get hold of Steve Lawson. He does. He gets a hold of him. They talk for about 2 minutes and 53 seconds. As soon as Steve Lawson hangs up with Joey Lawson, he calls Brooks Houck. My guess is that call was not made to let him know that somebody had stole his Chrysler 300 and he got on 62 and drove down the road. No. That call was to advise him about the car, at which point there's been testimony. And I agree with you. Tim O'Daniel's not going to come in here and he's not going to risk his credibility and tell you that he was here. But they can consider statements. And the fact that Joey Lawson has made statements about moving the car, about being offered $50,000 to move. Not only was he offered $50,000 to move the car, he moved the car. If you remember the fight that was described by Rebecca Lawson, who was barely cross-examined, they got in a fight, and Joey said, "I'm going to let everybody know what we did with that car." Judge, he also made statements that week. Joey did about burying the car, about pulling her teeth, shaving her hair, because that's all the hogs couldn't eat. Judge, the car was removed from the residence. He's admitted to moving the car. That's tampering with physical evidence. They were setting, defense counsel for Houck says there's no crime scene. The simple fact of moving a car, creating a ruse that Miss Rogers is leaving, is a crime scene. The moving of the car is tampering. There's been testimony about them moving a body on the Houck farm, which is tampering. The conspiracy, they were offered $50,000 to move the car. The moving of the car was to set the stage for Crystal Rogers leaving and no one finding her. However, there was a problem. They got a flat. And that's what precipitated the phone call from Joseph Lawson to Steve Lawson to Brooks Houck, which is evidence of the conspiracy. Judge, I believe under Sawhill, the Commonwealth's met its burden in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, and we would ask the motion be done.
Sorry, I had to walk
That's
all the way around.
that's no problem. I understand.
So, just real quick, Ms. Greer, who we heard testimony from today, I think Mr. Young maybe misheard the testimony that she provided. She did not say we when it comes to, what was it? We moved the body, I think it was. But she was referring to what Steve had done. And I think that's actually a fundamental problem in this case is that there is often confusion between Steve and Joey Lawson and who did what, those kind of things. But as of today, the testimony, the evidence before the court had today, it had nothing to do with, there was nothing that implicated Joey. It was only Steve.
At this time, again, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the court's going to deny the motion. There's been testimony that the court believes that a jury could determine that there was a conspiracy involved. Heather Snellen testified overhearing a discussion between Joey and Steve Lawson about moving a body at the Houck farm with a skid steer. We heard from Miss Greer where she overheard a conversation between Joey and her daughter about moving a car and collecting $50,000. There was other testimony from Miss Greer about the fight where they both ended up going down some concrete stairs, and Joey said he's going to let everyone know about the car involvement. We have the phone records, which I've gone through previously. We've also had Mr. Girdley's testimony in this case of getting the car keys from Mr. Houck, and he went on in further detail. So at this point, I think the credibility issue, that's for the jury, but as far as viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the court's going to show the motion's denied at this time. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 to start with opening statement from Joey Lawson, and then we'll let Mr. Houck put on his proof at that time.
Which is interesting because that'll be the first time I've ever seen that before.
Can we come up real quick? Sure.
Ooh, ooh. Sidebar before we go.
Randy, can we file that on behalf of Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Houck?
I can direct file it.
Direct file that. So it's part of the record for them to keep up with it.
Because I think we talked about this earlier, but I'm tired. So we're going to have some tomorrow, some on Friday, and then our
Friday,
Thursday, and then close on Monday if that works for everybody.
Well, and I want to talk to you about that because if we come in and we do the instructions, I have a feeling the closings are going to be a little longer than usual. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir. It's hard. There's so much stuff here for both of us.
I mean,
I'm going to have a couple of rebuttal witnesses. I anticipate. Maybe not. Maybe they'll all agree with me. Or it will be good. But
what I'm thinking about, and I don't know what you all would think of this, is if we can get all the proof on this week, come in on Monday, do the closings, and then have the jury come back Tuesday morning, select the alternates, and then let them go out. I'm just afraid they're going to be out a long time.
I think if we start Tuesday morning with them deliberating, I think that's a good idea.
I'm just afraid.
I don't want to send them out at 3 o'clock on Monday.
I don't either.
I kind of like that too. You like that?
I'm just afraid they're going to be out for a long
Just sooner
time.
come in at 8:30 and start deliberating. And it gives a whole day.
There's just so much evidence. I think if we make them go out at 3 o'clock, it's going to be a disaster.
Yes,
I think that's a good idea. I didn't thought of it, but I think it's a good idea.
There's so many fact specifics, and I don't know how much you can make out in some of these recordings. I mean, I could see them in there wanting to come back and rehear it.
We can all go get something to eat Monday night.
So that's what, one,
This thing hangs.
I'm leaving.
1.5 days before it goes to jury?
We don't say that word.
You don't say those words. But I mean, I'm just here like, because there's all kinds of legal issues that need an appellate court to do, and the last thing we need is a jury in this case. That's the last thing we need. So
I'm not doing it.
It'd be, one way or the other, it'd be nice to
be done.
I just think we're better off Tuesday.
No, I do too. I think that would give them, they come in fresh, they have a whole day to live.
If it hangs, I'm going to be asking the court to order mediation.
Trust me, I'll order whatever you want because my cases are stacking up. and I don't know if we may want to talk about the one juror for sure that I think we all
he was asleep again today.
Airbus was asleep again.
Yeah, we're in agreement. on that. We can
And I don't know about the elderly lady back there. She's had some hearing issues, and she's got that hypoglycemic thing. They should give
her having some. One thing we would ask, if it's okay with Your Honor, is
I'm very concerned. I mean, we gave her a cookie yesterday, and it seemed to help her, but I am concerned with her.
I mean,
Jennifer wants a cookie now.
Just to,
Well, she said it's cookies.
I'm feeling dizzy as well.
if we could hold the alternates, not hold them here, but just
I'm
like,
gonna take their phone number and tell them they're subject to coming back.
Okay.
Just because
I
I'm
don't want
afraid they're gonna be
somebody
out forever,
falling
and I don't want anybody getting sick.
Yeah,
I would like to.
We definitely agree with the guy in the front row. I just have an opinion by the end about the lady
I'm
in the
just
back.
concerned about her.
Right.
And I know the bailiff Barry, he does a great job, by the way. He was the one that came to get me and said she was having issues. I think her blood sugar, Barry could probably tell. Barry, can you come here for a
At least they give cookies. That's nice. Homemade cookies. It sounded like it.
The older lady on the back row that she had issue yesterday. Do you remember what her blood sugar was?
it was 59.
59. And was she having issues as far as?
No, she just wanted to let me know in case there was a problem.
59's fine. You just got to eat something.
Yeah, and she got a cookie. And the time we got out here, she said she was in good shape.
And Barry's still mad. He likes those cookies. And
Yeah,
she took one of
yeah,
them.
they're all gone.
But
That's
I just
cute.
want everybody aware of that issue that came up. And if y'all are fine with her, I'm fine with her. I just want to let you all know that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we appreciate the court's patience with us slowing things down as much as we did.
Well,
We really do, and the Commonwealth table.
well, I know your client needs more time during breaks also. It's with his health. So.
It's like, what are you doing?
How is your client as far as his
He's actually he's doing fantastic.
Okay.
I will say, we went and saw him in the jail the other day. His feet are swollen. That's kind of a natural product of sitting all day. Usually because he's got him elevated a little bit, but I've asked him, and I also asked him to make sure that jail was giving him some medical attention.
Oh, they're talking about Joey.
He's a trooper. Doing great.
Anyway.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay. So that is the end of their court day, which makes it the end of our court day. I love how that works out. So, why don't you just go into the next one? Don't get too excited. That's not happening. All right, you guys. Well, the prosecution, the Commonwealth, rested its case today for Brooks and Joseph Lawson. They argued that it should be dismissed. The judge said no. And it was I haven't heard a long list of reasons like that from a judge, but clearly this judge does pay attention. He's not off doing, whatever, playing cookie jam or something. Now, I did want to say, I didn't want to interrupt their arguments but you brought something up, Jujubee. Where is it? Oh, it was about the rifle that's believed to have been used in Tommy Ballard's murder. If you guys watched my deep dive case file that covered the entire 10 years all the way up to these two trials starting. Now, what's interesting, and I can't remember if it was either, I know it came out in October of 2023 when Brooks was first arrested and arraigned. I believe it was October 2023. And prosecutor Shane Young tells publicly, and then that video is on the internet to watch too, his arraignment. And I believe it's in that arraignment that Shane says something about they have the gun that's Nick sold to an undercover officer with a fake name. And it's the gun that they believed was used to kill Tommy Ballard. Except, okay, that's what the state wants you to believe. That's what the government wants you to believe. Okay. And I don't think it was argued during the arraignment, but it was in a motion filed later by Brooks's attorneys. They brought up about this gun and they were like, okay, he's making it sound like this is a brand new thing, when actually that specific gun had already been taken during a search warrant, had already been tested several times before it was returned back to Nick. Now, why they wanted to go buy undercover, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if maybe they had deadlines or what. What I do know as well, and that's something maybe it is traced, but at this time, we know that the gun was bought by an undercover agent from Nick using a fake name, which is very suspicious. I agree. Very, very suspicious. And then currently, well, maybe a year ago, I don't know if it still is or not, but it was in possession by the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Agency. And at the time, it had hit 4 of the 5 characteristics it needed to. But from my understanding of the motion and what they were talking about this is that it had already been 4 out of the 5 the majority of the time. But I guess that's nothing. But I don't know, because ballistics is not my strong suit. I will openly say I do not understand ballistics. I don't have experience with it. And it's usually testimony that makes me want to go to sleep. it's the least interesting to me, even though most of the trials will involve guns. It's just like, oh, it's so tedious. But I don't know what that means in regards to Tommy's case. But everyone does say, oh, they got this gun. I just want it to be known that it was tested well before this. But they must have wanted it back for a reason. And my guess is that they were denied another search warrant, maybe, because so far, not a single search warrant actually turned up much of anything. And so maybe they had to go about it a different way. I don't know. We obviously won't know because that was a whole undercover operation. They may talk about it if just hope the ATF agent isn't Brian Higgins. Could you imagine? Juju? That would be wild, right? That'd be absolutely wild. But that's all I know about the gun. I don't know to this day, like where they are in that process. And believe you me, I want justice for Tommy, for Crystal, for Jason Ellis, Officer Jason Ellis, and the Netherlands mother-daughter. I just, it's not great. And yes, we do already know the verdict of this trial because it was a past trial and the jury has spoken. And I think, you got to respect the jury's decision, even though I so far disagree with it. But I respect it. I'm not one of those people like the garbage people on the internet who said really, really awful things about the jury and Karen Reed. Like, why would you say those things? That's the thing with jury trials. Any lawyer will tell you have no idea what a jury is going to do. You could try the same case on 3 different juries and get a different result on each one of them. It's just a matter of who is on that jury and what they deem to be important, for them. So I'm not going to argue. I just disagree with it, and that's okay. But anyway, you guys, it is Friday, Fun Day Friday. I'm so excited about that. I will be back Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. We got another full week of these trials because we will conclude. Hold on, let me pull up my calendar for next week before I go saying things I'm not supposed to. Meaning saying I'm doing all this stuff when I have other plans. No. So yes, next week we will have the Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson trial wrapped up by Wednesday of next week. Oh, the screen's so bright. And then Thursday and Friday we're gonna watch Steve Lawson's trial, and that one sounds way spicier than this one. And Steve takes the stand because he's an idiot. So I really, really want to watch that. And then that'll be over by like the next week. His trial is only 4 days. So, and then we'll have to wait and see like what's going to come next. I'm thinking about doing the Donna Adelson trial. But I'm not going to commit to it because every time I do, the trial like gets canceled or a plea deal happens or it's not televised. So I will say though, that's what I'm looking into. There's a couple others that are supposed to start around that time too. So People are talking trash about people are garbage. The internet is garbage. Except for my friends on the internet, except for you guys. You guys are not garbage. You know where I mean. You know where they all hang out though, right? Garbage. No, they should just leave everybody alone that wants to be left alone. And it's over. It's over there. You know? If some people want to speak out, cool. If others don't, you really should respect it in that scenario for sure. I mean, they're young. They're like what, 20 at the time or something? Little babies. Like babies. Yes, thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate it. Y'all, you guys have a good rest of the weekend. I'm going to watch Big Brother and do a lot of writing for stuff I have coming up soon that I'm not going to talk about yet, but it's very exciting. So until Monday, remember 10 a.m. Eastern right here. And I will see you all then. So you guys go forth and be amazing. And I will see you Monday. Bye.